Okay, good morning. I've just realised this is a terrible place to try and commentate because we've got racing cars right outside. We're here at Llandow for our second sprint of the season, and we've got practice going on for the British Championship cars right now. So on the line at the moment is Gary Buckingham, I think. He's in the Formula Vauxhall. Now in practice we don't have the times on screen. We do have the times for later on, hopefully. Fingers crossed that'll all work properly. So here we go, this is Gary Buckingham here. I don't have the live time, so I can't give you exactly. I have to refresh here to tell you what's going on. So at the moment, fastest so far, Pete Goulding. Reigning champion on a 72.77, which is fast. That's under the existing class record, I believe. John Loudon's, in fact, Chris Jones has gone quicker still, a 68.95. And I've obviously not walked around the track enough today, around the paddock at least, because my old car is here. And it's done a 40.8. So on screen here we can see Steve Miles in his Van Diemen. It's an RF96, but these days it runs a 2-litre engine, sequential gearbox, and a lot of very interesting aerodynamics, if that's the kind of thing you like. Here he is around Glue Pot. Sparks from the underside and down the front straight and back into the paddock. That is his second lap. So car number 16 is Steve Brown in the Empire. That's a Hayabusa with a turbo, I think. It's certainly forced induction. Very quick there. Let's see if we can see what sort of... and he's not so quick now. He's had a little spin there coming out of the complex, but he's restarted. And he's back up to speed. Down the back straight. Varying radius of the corners there, a little bit tricky. He's still giving it a good old push on though through the final 2 corners. On the line we have car 105, Stephen Palmer. Okay, hopefully you can hear me a bit better now. Turned up the gain there on the microphone. I think I was a little bit quiet. So car number 106, Anthony Wallen in the Lotus F3 cars, heading off the line there. We've got some comments coming in as well. Hello, John Dunn in Guernsey, watching. Lotus heading down the back straight towards the chicane. Towards the end of practice, here's the running order for today. We've got practice and then 3 timed runs, and in the second and third timed runs we have the runoffs for the British Championship. And on the line here we've got Ben Bonfield. Chatting to Ben this morning. He is he's in his primary Jedi today. He has picked up a new Jedi, which he's not competing with today. That was Michael Froggatt there, going down the back straight in his Formula Vauxhall, which he's sharing with Gary Buckingham. Today, of course, is a round of the British Sprint Championship. It's the first time the championship has been here for quite some time, I believe. So the 2 runoffs that we'll have later will decide championship points. Who has been here a bit more recently than the British Championship and is probably going quite well. His first cross on the side, fabulous, always well turned out, and he's unfortunately going to balk Ben, so we're probably not going to get a time for Ben. That's a little bit close, I think. The timing may not reset in time. On the plus side, we get Firth coming into the complex here. This car seems to shine all the time, it's fantastic. Firth coming round to finish his second lap. We are running 1 3/4 lap format today, so they're starting from the pit lane here, and they'll do 1 complete lap and then finish on the exit of the final corner before coming into the pit lane. Coming into the complex here, we have car number 109, Neil Gould in the OMS PR. It's a 1277cc engine, and my bike cc capacity enough to be able to work out what that is. And I heard the car go off the line there, but I did not catch the number. By the looks of things, it's Simon Ashley in the 1600 to 2 litre class category. He's competing in the ASWMC Championship, and this is a 2 litre Wrought RT3. He's just completing his first lap there over the intermediate split. It is indeed Simon Ashley into the complex, pushing quite hard there, considering it's practice. Here's the track at the moment. Pushing really quite hard in practice. Take a practice run. If I look over my shoulder, I can see the start line where there is nobody. So probably a good time to go through the practice times and see where we're at whilst the timing gets reset for the timed runs. So in the A0 class, for junior drivers of up to 1400 cc's, currently leading that class on a 106.79 is Polly Ashley. She's followed by Logan Evans on a 112.05. In A1, the series production cars up to 1400 cc. Leading that class at the moment is Andrew Till, at least in practice, which doesn't count, of course, in his 1 litre EcoBoost Ford Fiesta. He's closely followed by Piers Tin in an Austin Cooper S, nice little mini, 1293, so a slight overbore. And he's sharing with Bertie Woolard, who's on a 94.75, so 1 second covers the first 3 there, and Paul Prance in the MGZR is on a 112.70. Class A2 is road-going series production cars between 1400 and 1800 cc, and the leader there is Claire Tooth. Just looking over at Mum. Yep, she's happy about that. On a 95.89. Second is Chris Wells in an MX5, a Mark III NC variant, and a 1.8, which is less common, on a 97.96. Third in class is Donald Gay in the Toyota MR2. That is a Mark III MR2, I believe, with a 101.26. Fourth is David Lee in a Lotus Elise on a 102.61. And fifth is John Burton in an MGF on a 104.55. A3 is road cars over 1800 and up to 2.6, so we've got a lot of 2 litre normally aspirated and 1.6 turbo cars in this. It's a big class, and as expected, there's a right ding-dong going on at the front between Pekka De Lucas in his MX5 1.8 turbo. He's running a new turbo this weekend, which he fitted on Wednesday?
Wednesday, yeah.
Wednesday, yeah. And that's obviously doing him well on an 83.42. Matt Parr is chomping at the bit behind him on an 83.72. So he's only 0.3 behind, but critically his first lap was a second slower, so his second lap was 0.6 quicker. That's ominous for later on today. These are not in number order, so I'm now trying to work out who's third. Third place is Andrew Layton in the Honda Civic Type R on an 86.34. Then we have Phil Layton in the same car on a 90.04, and Ben Goodman in a Fiesta ST 1.6 turbo on a 90.04. And we've got Polly Ashley again on the start line ready for her timed run. So following Ben Goodman in his ST on a 93.06. I'm struggling to do the numbers. Here we go. Pete Goodman in a Ford Fiesta, another 1.6 turbo EcoBoost car on a 97.6. And then just behind is Joshua Baxter in a, I think that's probably a Civic on a 97.65, followed by Jack Thomas in a Clio 197 on a 97.95. And somewhere in the middle of all of that, I've missed Gareth Monk on a 95.34. And finally, David Ashurst in a older spec Fiesta ST, so this is a 2 litre non-turbo on a 109.58. So the Unlimited Road Series production cars, Henry Kimshaw in a Subaru WRX STI Impreza is on a 90.43. And in second is Phil James in a Cayman 718, so that's a modern Cayman on a 92.51. So Polly's off on her first timed run. Let's see what she can do on her first timed run. So she did a 106.79 in practice. And by the sounds of things, the Model Plane Club are throwing out some jet speed. Right, let's see. So a 106.79 was her first timed run. I don't know how up to date the times are going to be here. So Polly's done several sprints already. She's fairly well experienced now, despite only being 15 years old. I don't think she did win the class at the Ditmare sprint. I do know the person who did though, who's not here today. She's really pushing on over the white lines there, using all of the road. She is, again, all of the road, not leaving anything to chance there. Now Polly, being an under 16 driver, she has the track to herself. It's one of the stipulations for junior drivers. So she peels off into the pit lane. We'll see Logan Evans. in his Fiesta. Now this is a 1200cc car. I think it's up for sale as well at the moment. I'm sure I saw a post on Facebook the other day, him selling this car. So he's a member of Bristol Motor Club, whereas Polly is a member of Torbay. I'm sure he'll come back and look at this video later on and see where Polly's been generating some of the time by using a bit more of the track. And I can hear the third car started up. Oh, blimey. Logan's really heavy on the brakes there, coming into the chicane. Just locking up on the way in. Through the complex without issue. I say that just as he goes all the way up to the curve. Classic. This is pierced in. Nothing on in the Mini. Look at that. Thing steering from the rear, absolutely fabulous. So going back to the first time runs then for the junior driver class. Polly has improved using all that road on a 104.23. Logan has made a massive improvement onto a 106.60, so that's quite close. A couple of seconds in it at the sharp end. Here, obviously pushing on quite hard. We had quite a lock up there coming into the complex. It's a 1 litre turbo, which fits into the up to 1400cc class. And that off the line was Chris Wells in his MX5. Now, let me find class record for the junior drivers has just gone. That was a 104.45 and Polly has just beaten the class record in her first time run with a 104.23. So she's doing very well. The record for A1 is a 92.35 by comparison. Unfortunately, we don't have the times on screen. That's not working for some reason, but I am able to get them online. Might even be helpful. That link in the chat. So it looks like we're 2 for 2 on the first two classes in the first time run this morning. Piers Tin has broken the A1 up to 1400cc class record, taking that down from a 92.35 to a 91.59. Just a massive step down for what is quite a well-established class record. Right, so on the line there is one of the Fiesta STs. That says 742. No, it's not. It's Pete Goodman. So Pete Goodman on the line there. I'm sure he'll be looking to go a bit quicker this time, and off he goes. I was just looking at the class records and I have got it wrong completely. Class A1, the record is an 88.65. I was looking on the phone screen, and that is never a good thing to do. So after the first time runs in A2, we're still waiting for the final car in A1. They're switching drivers. After the first time runs in A2, the current leader is Claire Tooth on a 92.03. She's followed by Donald Gay in the Toyota MR2 on a 95.68. Who is only 200ths ahead of Chris Wells in the MX5. Fourth place is David Lee in an Elise on a 101.05, and John Burton in the MGF on a 103.37. So for reference, the class record there is an 83.93. So we're not looking at class records there today by the looks of things. And this is the final car we're waiting for in the up to 1400cc road class. Oh, there it is. There we go. Who's this? Is this? It is Pekka De Lucas. He's pushing on as always. So this time we will look at the class records here. The class record is an 82.71. If I scroll back to the, yeah, it's yeah, that's great. So Pekka managed an 83.42, so he's only 7/10 off the record. In practice, is this Matt Parr I can see? It might be. Matt's car number 33. We do have the final car finished in the up to 1400 class. So the record's actually an 88.65. Leading is Piers Tin on a 91.59 in his Mini, which he's sharing with Bertie Willard, who is second place on a 93.63. And then third place is Andrew Till on a 94.27. And fourth place is Paul Clark on an MGZR on a 103.65. Now the A3 class has switched around, but interestingly they've both gone slower. So at the moment the fastest is Matt Parr in his ST on an 83.77, which for consistency's sake is pretty good because it's only 500ths off his practice time. Pekka has lost about 9/10 and is on an 84.36. So he'll be looking to improve on that later. So Mike's helpfully pointed out to me that Pekka did have a massive moment at Glue Pot, and his first lap time was 1.4 seconds slower than he did in practice. So that might account for that. So if we look 1.4 seconds off that time, we are looking at absolutely smashing the class record today. The 82.7. We're looking at very close to it, at least. An 82.71 is the class record. He's managed an 84.3. So this might be quite exciting later on today. Going past my window there is David Ashurst. He managed a 109.58 earlier. So I'll be looking to shave a bit of time off of that. And whilst I've not been looking at the screens, we've had a fail for Morgan Edwards. Not sure what happened there. Yeah, could be a 4 wheels off. We have had quite a few fails today. We do not have cones on the chicanes for the first time that I can remember. Maybe the first time ever. Small wobble there in the Clio. So track limits are being enforced as a if the judge of fact sees a car going over the grass. So that would account for quite a few of the fails that we're seeing today. And it's quite hard to spot the grass as you're heading towards it over 100 miles an hour, so that'd be an interesting one for the competitors to deal with. Here we've got one of the Civics. I missed the number. Paul Finch in the Escort Mexico. 2-litre engine, I presume a Pinto engine. A little bit sideways as well, a little bit of a wiggle on. Down the back straight towards the chicane. So Paul managed a fail in practice, so we don't know how fast he's going, but we can have a look at the intermediate time, no doubt, at some point, and we'll get an idea of how quick he's going this time. Ben Goodman in the Fiesta ST. He's sharing with Pete. Has 1.6 turbo. Member of Mr. Pegasus Motor Club, one of the hosts of this event. And if we look at his practice times, he did a 93.06. Which is right in the middle of the pack, so it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out. Ben will be the final car in A3, the Road Series production cars, 1800 to 2.6 litre. So what you can see on screen now is the first two cars in the unlimited class for Road Series production cars. We've got Phil James in the Porsche Cayman GT4 and Henry Kim Shaw in the Subaru STI. Maybe that's moving about a bit underneath him there. So Henry was fastest in practice, Phil a couple of seconds behind. Let's see whether that stays the same first time run. Meanwhile, as my page refreshes, I'll be able to give you some of the results after the first time run for class A3, which is a big class with so many people in, I can't even count. So, current leader then, Matt Parr in his Fiesta ST. Closely, well, not so closely followed now after that wobble at Glue Pop by Pekka Tadukas in an 84.36. In third place we have Andrew Layton in a Civic Type R on an 86.12. Fourth place. Oh, we have a small. I did wonder.
Squeal of size as you came past.
Yeah, a little squeak came in the window, and we've had a small off-track excursion. So he's recovered though, and he's heading off down the back straight now. Whilst we've got the Aston Martin of Guy Stort. It's an Aston Martin Vantage with a 4.7 litre V8. Surprisingly quiet for an Aston. I didn't even hear it go past. Didn't hear it in practice. So this is the Aston Martin Owners Club Speed Championship. Yeah, the Audi TT having a small four wheels off moment. We can definitely hear that one. Is that another Aston? Sounds like it. Looks like it. Yeah, Mark Chandler. Yeah, it's like that or a Jag. One day it seems, yeah. That's an Aston Martin DB7. It's a 3.2 litre turbo. Yeah, we can definitely hear this one coming past. Lovely sound. So there's only the two of them in the class. Guy was leading in practice in the Vantage, whilst Mark was second in the DB7. Let's see whether that remains the same. And Alex Ward just went past my window here. Yeah. Easily done, isn't it? And on the line we've got Mental Marshall. Ben is the reigning MX5 Challenge champion. Tell that by the 401 number on the side of the car. The first three in the championship get allocated 401, 402 and 403, and the others just pick a number at random. Ben's pushing on there. He's also our at Wiscombe. Runs the H2 Media Company. See sign writing, and off the line there is Aaron Sharp. Second overall last year, but the Class A champion. Yeah, Ben's really on it here. So in practice, it was all ridiculously close as usual. Phil Oliver did a PB on an 87.88 to be fastest.
Just left the line now in his Mark 3.
Yeah, he's swapped cars this year. He's got a Mark 3 and a Mark 2, so he's done half the events in the Mark 2, and he's doing, I think, the rest of the season in his Mark 3. I'm going to have to look up the class record here. It's an 86.17. So they've got a fair way to go yet until they hit the record. Going back to the Aston Martin Owners Club Speed Championship, Guy Stort in the Aston Martin Vantage has posted the fastest time on a 91.45 on account of Mark Chandler had a fail, so presumably he's cut the chicane. Is that Phil we're looking at down the back straight? Phil's doing very well this year. Made it through glue pop, which he hasn't done with 100% accuracy in the past. But don't worry, if it happens again, we've got it on camera. It's going to be Papa Parr, isn't it? Oh no, it's not. It's Nick Angrave, I think.
Nick Angrave currently writing up the championship in his first year.
He is. Dominant wins this year, hasn't he?
First at Wiscombe and first at DMS.
Yep. Yeah, so it's a proper, well, it's an impressive first time out, really, isn't it?
Another first timer, I think.
Yeah, this is Rob Fisher.
Right.
Yeah. I had the benefit of driving this car
I saw
at the
you
last round.
At Kemble also sold it. Very kind of him to lend the car out.
Yeah.
Just shows what a friendly chap.
Yeah. I think he was the only person who hadn't actually seen me drive, so he was the first person to offer me a drive when I couldn't. Not had a successful season really, have I? I think I've entered 4 events and failed to attend 2. But this car is absolutely fantastic. The setup on it is very good. The challenge is limited to just coilovers, poly bushes, and back box. So that's all you can do to these cars. They're running on this 1A tyres, very sideways. That car is absolutely on the nose. So this car's running 8 degrees of caster. It was absolutely fantastic on the autumn, so I did say it was a little bit too on the nose for spring. I don't think I'd be able to hold on to it around here. So if he's still running the same setup, then he's doing very well to still be going forwards. So that was Papa Parr, wasn't it? Chris Parr in the other Mark III MX5. There's quite a few of them.
Is that the car that holds the current lap record in the hands?
Ooh, did Matt set the record here? That's a good question. Yeah, it might well be. Oh, Steve Connor straight on. Yeah, made it. Still sideways though. Fantastic. Steve's got a background of rallying and auto solo and all sorts. He's got a lot of experience behind him, but he's new to sprints and hill climbs. This is Hugh Bowen, I think. Funnily enough, Hugh's running an MX5, and we've lost him. There we go. So Hugh's probably the last car in bunch, yep, and then we're on to the specialist road cars, which is kit cars in. Yep. So it looks like it. It'll be number 50 if it is. So Chris heavily involved in the HSA. And that there must be either Patrick or Conrad Holmes. I didn't see who's in it, but it's most likely Patrick, I guess. It's a very well built 1600 Caterham Road Sport. Goes really well there. So all 4 cars in this class. Bristol Motor Club members. See Andrew and Matty going on to the back straight. That's going to come into view at the chicane. I'm going to use heavy bias on the camera and the replay action. Andrew previously ran Miguel EcoBoost with me, and that car is here today, in fact. We'll see if it goes quicker than when we had it, because it's currently the class record holding car, but then Pete Goulding went under that record this morning. I think Andrew ran a bit wide there. He's got another 6 inches of road he could use there. Yeah. So I didn't even check what the times were this morning. So Andrew was third in fact this morning. It's a standard Caterham road sport, so he's a little bit outgunned in power. But we'll see where he ends up in a minute. So that was the under 1800cc class, and we're now into the over 1800cc class for specialist production cars, and that includes a couple of Gilburns, which you don't see very much. Oh yeah, there we go. And funnily enough, 2 came along at once.
Well, we are in Wales.
True. So going back to some results after the first time runs, the unlimited road series production cars, which doesn't have Matt Bennett today. I think he's got the class record here, but he's nearly always here. So fastest was Phil James in the Cayman 718.
Sounds like a bike engine or something.
Yeah, we definitely have a bike engine going past the window. So an 89.15 for Phil James. Henry Kimshaw not far behind on a 90.23. Mason Pretzer. Forrest, we saw, had that fail at the chicane where he had a small excursion onto the grass. Not sure it needed trimming, but it's got it anyway. Alex Ward, third place, 96.07, but there's 2 more runs to go this afternoon, so that could all change. We've already talked about the Aston Martin Owners Club. Now, can we decipher the results for the MX5 Challenge? We talked about Nick Angrave being absolutely on it this year, and he is absolutely on it in the first time run. 86.93. What did I say the record was? 86.17. He's not far off. Second place, Phil Oliver on an 87.48. That is now his PB. But he's not far ahead of Aaron Sharp on an 87.59. No, I have completely missed Ben Marshall, who yeah, that's my eyes. I thought that was an 88. I thought he was going slowly. He's actually leading. He's on an 86.77, so he's 0.6 off the class record in right, so following Aaron Sharp, we have Chris Parr on an 88.84. He's going well. That might be a PB for him. And he's followed by Rob Thompson in his debut in an MX5. He's not driven rear-wheel drive before. He's on a 90.12. He's a duo guy who has somehow managed to wedge himself into an MX5. Oh, lovely Mini just went past my window.
Is Rob taller than you, or is he?
Rob is taller than everyone, yeah. Yeah, if you go upstairs in the tower here and look out the window, it's Rob you can see. But he's 2/10 clear of another Rob Fisher, on a 90.3. Hugh Bowen's on a 91.77, and after that we saw Steve Connor, he's on a 94.13. Oh, and I have completely missed Paul Sunshine out in the middle, who's on a 92.68, so he's in something place. Anyway, back to the minis. So these are the modified series production cars, up to 1400cc. And perfect timing. That's a Westfield, I think, Adrian Clements. So that's the last of the road goings. Oh no, actually that would be Conrad Holmes in Tatum Road Sport, the last of the road going specialist production cars.
So this is 62 Luke Aston.
Yeah, Luke Ashley in the Mini. So this one's a 1460cc engine in the modified production cars. So the modified cars are proper race cars, stripped out, plastic windows, lightweight with slick tyres, whereas the road cars are taxed and MOT'd and in many cases driven to the event. Number 62 Luke Ashley through the complex on his second lap now. In practice he managed a 92.76, which was quicker than Nigel Smith in his Mark II Escort on a 95.74. That is a Peugeot 205, I didn't catch the number, but it's either Steve Baxter or Stuart Rothwell. It's the Unlimited modified cars. Paul Meadows in the Clio 182. He managed a 90.51 in practice. We have indeed. So B2, the road specialist production cars for 1400 to 1800cc. It's a tight battle between Conrad and Patrick Holmes. Conrad is leading on an 82.70, followed by Patrick on a 82.99. Andrew O'Malley is in third place on an 86.28, and he's just ahead of Chris Bennett on an 88.33. In B3, the specialist production cars over 1800cc. Adrian Clements in the Westfield is leading on an 85.32, with Gary Dawkins in the Exige second on a 91.16. Third place is Brian Gent in the Gilbert Invader on a 103.79, and fourth is Ian Linnard in a Gilbert Invader Mark III on a 115.61.
Absolutely. Oh, we got terrible bad habits. You wait till you get me into wide women and song.
So, yeah, that's Dave Mockford in the MG. I noticed they had the front bumper off earlier. Not really sure why, but I'm sure there was a good reason. And it looks like we've got a bit of possible bulking going on there. For number 60, that's John Hawkins in the Mini. 1241cc. That's a strange engine size for a Mini. That's a fair point, yeah. I hope you're listening, Simon, and you can tell us all about 1241cc modified Mini engines, because I'm lost there.
little advantage. A little bit of a slipstream down the back there.
Yep.
No, he's pulled up.
I think we can safely say that's been balked there. So John Hawkins there, still on the track as Dave Motford in the MG came around. They'll definitely get another go there. No doubt he'll be coming to the start line marshals to ask for a rerun. And past my window there, Andrew Webber in the Lotus Europa, car number 69, 4.3 litre, turbocharged. Fantastic looking car, isn't it? The pace it's going down towards the chicane. Need a camera from here really to show that sort of speed. If only we have one. There's one. Anyway, so that's modified specialist production cars then. So low volume manufactured cars. There's only 2 of those today and they're both in the same class, so there's no capacity split there. But as we can see on the start line here, we've got the sports Libra cars up to 1800cc, and we've got quite a group of them today. 6 cars up to 1800cc, of which there's 4 Radicals, a Maverick and a Megapin. Megapin, of course, featuring on the thumbnail for this video. It's a ridiculously short car. 700cc. Anyway, let's have a look at some of the times. So, modified series production cars at 1400 to 1800cc. Current leader is Luke Ashley in 91.97, but Nigel Smith has improved massively in his Mark II Escort to a 92.17. So that's quite a battle later on. There's only 2 tenths in it. Cars have finished as well. We've got times there for the first time runs. Leading is Julian Barber. All 3 drivers not at the same time. He's on a 91.78. That's a 1340cc car. In second place, in the 1241cc Mini on a 94.6. And third place, John Hawkins on a 110.39. We're still waiting for all of the unlimited cars to finish, or at least for the times to come through. Now we do have them. Okay, so we've lost Alison Block. Who had a car failure on the back straight. Don't know what's happened there. Maybe we'll go and have a chat with her if she's still here. Yep, we've got some short grass on the exit of Glue Pot.
Got a red flag out.
Yep. So spun to the inside then and a little rotation. I think we're going to have a short break for some sweeping after that. But the car's going to be undamaged apart from a large amount of grass in the radiators. I didn't catch who that was. It's one of the 4 Radicals. No doubt we'll see when it comes back in. So anyway, going back to the unlimited modified series production cars, currently leading we have Paul Meadows in the Clio 182 with an 86.26. followed by Steve Baxter in the 205 on an 86.37, and his double driver Stuart Rothwell in the same 205 on an 86.55. Rupert Ryle in the Subaru Impreza is on an 88.19. James Hunt in the BMW E30, fantastic looking car that, on an 88.78. And Dave Motford, we saw, was balked on the first lap on a 100.75, so I'd expect that time to be updated a bit later on when he complains about being balked and gets a rerun. So on the line we can see we've got car 73, which is Hugh Williams, which narrows down
72 Paul Davis.
Yeah, 72. Paul Davis, then we think, who's had the spin. If I refresh here, we might actually get the answer. Yeah, so it was Angrad Williams or Paul Davis. And we're pretty certain it was Paul that had the spin. Angrad gets the rerun. Quality sweeping there. You can see we've got 2 observers and 1 sweeper. The brush to marshal ratio is a little bit skewed today, but at least we can be certain that a quality job will get done. Oh, there we go. That was a very quick marshal swap out on the brush there.
Tag team.
Yeah, Red Bull would be proud. Are we going to switch to the 3rd marshal? Is it going to be as slick a go changing from marshal to marshal? No, we're calling it there. Good enough. Brilliant. Underway with the Sports Libra cars. The record here is a 73.66, and if we look at the times this morning, fastest is Aaron Williams on a 79.12. It's all pretty close though. 279s and an 80 there at the top of the class. One of which is this person, Luke Tottenham. He's driving his Mallet. He's happy to be back in a Mallet, I think, after a bit of a troubled time with the Force. Yeah, he's pushing on there. Yeah, the apex was just a distant memory there. A little bit of oversteer on the exit. I think it's turning in sharp, isn't it? See the back end wiggling on the way into the corner. Using all the road and down the straight. It's coming into Blue Pot. Really wide there. There we go. What are we looking at here? 75, so Terry Brown. So Terry is sharing with Anne Harrod. Ah, so actually that was who we saw spin, wasn't it? Results. Oh, that didn't sound too great. Didn't find a gear, got boxed for the neutrals on the way down into first. Sounds great then. Specialist production cars. That is currently being led by John Bradshaw in the Westfield on an 80.3. Andrew Webber in the Lotus Europa may be winning on the Stunning Car Stakes, but he is second in class on an 89.61 at the moment. What I can see on my screen here is a Mini Cooper, which is in the rally car class. It is a lone entry, Mike Main from Brecon Motor Club in a 1330 Mini, so slight overhaul, 1275 I guess. Class record here in 86.14. I think Mike may struggle to match that in a 1330 Mini, but we'll see. Is that a Renault 5?
Renault 5 heading down to this. Okay.
Yeah, 2 litre Renault 5. So, I think that's happened. So we've got another bolt there. Oh no, not quite. That was his second lap. It's a Lotus, yeah. Was that Lotus Sedan of Steve Millward? I think it might have been. We're still waiting for the rerun of Davis, aren't we, in the Radical? To get the final results for the first timed run of Sports Libra. Oh no, we have had 4. Missed that completely. We have not had Alan Dyke in the Mega Pit. I don't know whether that's DNS. I did see him out there, out the window, but then I saw him move. Maybe he's got a problem and had to go and fix it. I think they're just outside the window, aren't they? Might be able to have a quick look. See if he's there spannering away. No, a bit too far away. Excellent. Right. Managed to put down all of my stuff now. So we're into the Matty Lotus Championship, which is for road Lotuses. Seems to be mostly Eases and Elans. A couple of Exeges thrown in as well. So in the over 1800cc sports Libra class, Martin Ferris, he's the only runner, but he's finished, funnily enough, leading the class in a 94.11. So he's going to be in Libra because of that 2-litre turbo engine, which sounds very much like it comes from the car, from the factory standard. So Chris Westwood there in the Lotus. It's a Elise 111R. So 1796, does that make it the Rover engine? Is that the later? Oh yeah. And the rerun for the MG after it was balked earlier on. So we'll change the convention. Modified series production cars over 1800cc. That's entirely plausible, isn't it? So there's the Elan going around the final corner. Yeah, I think it's going to have to slow down quite a lot to cause a problem. Not a problem. Unless they're both going on to the second lap. They are both. Oh no, the MG, of course, he's already been past us once, so that's fine. And we've got 2 cars off in the complex at pretty much the same time. I'll have a replay of that. Nice work, Mike. So I didn't catch who the first person who went off was, or the second. But what I can tell you is they were both in the Lotus, and the trouble was not too serious this time.
He's carried on down the back straight.
He's carried on, yeah. I'm not sure he's going to get a time. I'm pretty certain that was all 4 wheels off the ground. It's definitely a green Lotus with brown stripes. Very slow mid-corner there, unexpectedly. Got 2 nears to tail. So was that an overtake there?
So many overtakes.
Well, no, was this the one that spun? I'm getting completely lost now. No, the other one that spun. I wonder if the green one didn't. Who knows? Someone's got to be watching more intently than me. Get on the comments, people. Tell me what's going on. Help my life. No.
I was busy watching a sideways Lotus out the window.
It was quite entertaining. Just kind of flew by, like pointing towards us. I've got it on camera though. Never mind. Let's look at some results then. So the MG in C3, Dave Mockford did get the rerun, did improve, but it hasn't changed the results. It's a 93.6 so far. We are still waiting for Alan Dyke. I don't know if he's going to come out later on. Okay then, so we haven't got Alan Dyke's time yet. I don't know if he's going to come out for a run, but he was slower in practice, so let's make the assumption that he's not going to go quicker than the times we've got. So Terry Brown in one of the radicals has done a 75.25. That's whilst it was remarkably close in practice, he's pulled a bit of a lead. Second place, Luke Trotman on 79.59. Third place on an 80.02 is Paul Davis in the Radical Club Sport, having had that rerun after the spin. Hugh Williams in another Radical is on an 81.71, and Anne Harrod Williams has a fair after the Blue Pot. D3 for rally cars, just the one runner, Mike Main. As predicted, he is leading the class on a 107.36, and squealing the tyres outside my window is Kevin Bryant in the Triumph TR3A. So we've got 5 entries in the TR Register Triumph Speed Championship today, and they're out on track now, which hopefully means we've got all the results from the Paul Matty Lotus Championship. Car number 92 flashes past me, Llandow in the Triumph TR7 V8. Here's hoping all the Triumphs retain their gearbox oil. Oil-fueled incident at Castle Coombe last month. Whether they bought a trailer or not, I'm pretty certain they didn't trailer pay. So yeah, the Paul Matty Lotus Championship for road-going Lotuses, Loti, who knows. They have completed their first time runs, and leading is John Dobson in an Elan Plus 2 on a 93.07, followed by Charles Hamer in a Lotus Elise on a 93.62, so that's quite a close battle. Third place on 96.49 is Chris Dowell in the Lotus Exige, followed by Steve Millward in the Elan S3 on a 97.18. 99.96 for Jane Millward in the Lotus Elan S3, sharing with Steve. 102.21 for John Palmer in the Lotus Elise 111R. And the final time is Philippa Dowell in the Exige on a 103.80. We've got two fails there for Keith Wilford and Phil Carver. And talking of fails, we have one.
A lot of smoke coming out as he came off the line, and he just
76.
Stop there. So, who is that? Maybe I can look out the window. It is a white car. On me tiptoes. It's a white sports racing type car, but it looks things it might be a Radical or something of that ilk. Right, what have we got here on the entry list that might be that? Oh, that'll be Alan Dyke, won't it? Yeah, of course it is, yeah. So, he missed his first go. Obviously car trouble. And clearly the car trouble hasn't been fixed.
It was the same at Wiscombe, but when you man one of the posts and the ambulance is there and then they mess about all the power. Because it's not technically a post.
So a very short car and a very short run for Alan Dyke there. Running order, we've completed practice and we are most of the way through the first time runs. My guess is we will have our lunch break after this timed run. So we're just looking at, I think if we had all the triumphs through, we're certainly part way through. In fact, on track at the time was the sole entry in the Downton Motor Club Speed Championship, Derek Kessel in the Maguire. So he finished in an 87.06, and what we've got next is qualifying for the British Championship cars, who I presume are all lined up outside. They are indeed. I can see Pete Goulding sat there with his shades on and his visor up. Excellent. So in the TR Register Triumph Speed Championship, after the first timed run, leading is Steve Small in the Triumph TR7 V8 on an 88.48. Second place, Len Olds in another TR7 V8 on an 89.79. Third place, Sean Roche in a Dolomite Sprint on a 98.55. Fourth place, Neil Revington in a TR2 on a 105.76. And in fifth place, Kevin Bryant in a TR3A on a 109.31. Already talked about Derek Kessel, finished only car in class on an 87.06. And you can see recovery coming in to help out Alan Dyke here.
Sounds like he's got the engine running again.
So, in the British Sprint Championship, the cars we've got coming up, these will be the fastest cars here, and I expect to see some records broken. Reigning champion Pete Goulding in the McGowl Formula Ford, somewhat modified. It's over 300 horsepower from a 1.6 turbo EcoBoost engine. We've also got Steve Miles, the 2020 champion, in his Van Diemen RF96. That's a 2 litre normally aspirated, again over 300 horsepower. All these cars under 500 kilos, some much lighter. John Loudon is also out in his Force TA, that's a 1 litre bike engine. Simon Wallace in an OMS 3000M, that's an 1100 car. Nicholas Scott in a Force TA, the 1600cc car, so that'll be a Hayabusa, I'd have thought. Chris James in a Force TA, that's a 1 litre car. And as if by magic, you can hear the cars starting behind. They're going to be pretty quick to get out because it looks like the Welsh weather
It feels like rain.
might be coming any moment, so they'll be desperate to get out. This is qualifying for the runoffs later. They are all going to qualify though because it's a top 12 runoff and there are not 12 competitors today. Graham Porritt is also competing in the McGowl SJ12, but before all of that, off the line there was that Tony Bonfield in the Jedi. I'm not sure whether it was Tony or Ben. Tony normally runs. I'm going to hazard a guess that was Tony. But we'll find out at the next corner because if he runs right up to the white line, it looks like he might go over it. It's Ben, I reckon that's Tony. So in practice, Tony managed at 93.7. It is Tony, he's just gone past my window. So it's just him and Ben in the class today. Both members of Taunton Motor Club, and they're competing in the Southwest Championship. It's swiftly followed by Michael Froggatt in the Reynard Formula Vauxhall. That's a 2 litre car. British Sprint Championship. And off the line there, I think that was reigning champion. No, it wasn't. It was previous champion, I think. Oh, hold on. I can't see, the screen's too small, it's too dark. Well, we'll find out when he comes in. That to me looks like Pete Goulding, reigning champion, in his McGowl EcoBoost. It is indeed. What? No. He's run a bit wide. No, he's all right. So in practice, Pete managed a 72.77, which I'm frustrated to say, huge sparks off the floor of the car there as he went down the back straight. This is Steve Miles coming into the complex here. He's got a new paint job for this year. It was previously plain black carbon fibre, and it's now a nice silver. Was that John Loudon I heard off the line there? I think so. So John Let's have a quick look and we can see the time. Yeah, that is John Loudon. Yeah, the pink disc on the next to the number denotes that he's running methanol, as does the asterisk on the entry list I've got here. So let's have a look and see the times. So Pete Goulding 70.39, that is a new class record. And I should probably have a look at what the outright record is here. It is a 69.17. So he's rather close already, and it's not the runoff yet. Slightly slower than Pete on a 71.4. He will of course qualify for the runoff there. John Loudon on a 70.03, so he's made a massive improvement. Steve Miles has actually gone slower than he went in practice, which will be disappointing for him. Nicholas Scott into the complex here. In the Force TA, that's a 1600cc car, managed an 88.32 in practice. Yeah, definitely wind picking up there. So Tony Bonfield, we saw earlier, finished at an 86.31, so he's made a significant improvement. Past the window there, that's my old car, Miguel EcoBoost. So this car's PB I think is 73.8. So no pressure, Graham, but see if you can beat that. In my hands, yeah. That was Steve Brown coming into the complex as well. He's in the Empire Evo 2 with a turbocharged Hayabusa engine in it. So Graham in the Miguel managed an 88.57 this morning. All of timers have disappeared. Let's see if I can get them back. Yeah. And the answer to the question, has that car gone quicker? No, it has not. It's an 86.74. So I can feel slightly vindicated. So Simon Wallace in the OMS has managed an 80.44. Nicholas Scott in the Force TA a 91.61. Chris Jones, however, is fastest on a 68.08, which is a new track record.
Oh, wow.
That is the fastest anyone has been around this circuit. That's fantastic. And that's in a 1 litre car as well. It's a tight and twisty track, this one, but he's definitely driven that well. That's incredible.
68.
Didn't. Oh, some have, yeah. It's quite a big track, isn't it? A huge track. Some are lawnmower engines, Honda lawnmower engines. They just sort of CVT type, no gears. But the biggie ones have gears.
So I'm not quite sure what the hold up is here.
Trying to start it now.
Engine's running again. Definitely bike engine, whatever it was I heard start up there. So I'm going to hazard a guess that that is Lloyd Bettinson in the Jedi. But before that we have got Gary Buckingham in the Reynard Formula Vauxhall. They managed a 74.47 in practice. His double driver Michael Froggatt in the same car managed a 73.64, but in the timed runs he's gone slower with a 74.32. So it only takes a small improvement. Gary will be quicker. We don't know what Simon Ashley is going to be capable of. He had a fail in practice in his Raw RT3, and he is the third of the 3 drivers in that class. This is Gary through the complex, making his way out to the back straight. Into the final corner. His run. So going back to some of the times in the British Sprint Championship, Steve Brown managed a 76.19, and in his Empire Relay Tour, Anthony Brown, the only person driving something that isn't a single-seater in the British Championship, in his Audi TT, managed a 99.39. Don't yet have a time for Gary Buckingham, but hopefully we will do in a minute. Lotus. I've got very dry fingers and I can't turn the page. We've got the Paul Matty Lotus Championship for race cars out on track now with a bundle of 1960s Lotus. Low tie. It's very troubling for me. Low tie. Or, as they say around here, Lotuses. Still waiting on that time for Gary Buckingham. And did we see Simon Ashley? If we did, I completely missed him. On screen there, Stephen Palmer in the Lotus 69. One of 3 69s today. As if by magic, that was another one past my window. So I think, is this David Hampton? The Formula 2 Atlantic. Anyone in his class has today on a 72.73, so he is leading at the moment, but we do not have Simon Ashley yet. We'll see what happens there. So Paul Matty in the Paul Matty Lotus Championship has completed in his 5:35. 93.29. Sarah Thorne has done a 94.08. And we've got Stephen Palmer, who we saw on the start line a few moments ago. Again in a Lotus 69. Quite common cars, these. It's followed by Anthony Wallen in his Lotus F3. He's going through the complex now. So Malcolm Thorne in the Lotus 69. Finished in an 87.08. David Hampton in his F2 Atlantic on an 83.98. And we will see the times for Stephen Palmer and Anthony Wallen. Finish. I can see Ben Bonfield started. He's headed down the back straight. He'll be looking to mix it up in the times for the championship. I think he should have a reasonable chance of. He did a 77.6 in practice, and I would expect him to go a fair bit quicker in his timed run, which should get him knocking on the door of the top 5. I expect him to be in the top 5 at the end of this run. Commentator's curse, of course. Keeping the exit tight onto the back straight. Expected him to use more exposure. Here we go then onto the front straight and into the paddock. Is this Simon Ashley? I couldn't quite see the number there, but that looked to me like it might be. Or is it? No, it's not. Is that an OMS? Is that Neil Gould? Anyway, that would make sense. Firth Ross has just gone past my window. In the sun. Fabulously turned out as always, and I'm going to hazard a guess that the next person to come past my window right here, 109, it is indeed Neil Gould. So he did not managed to set a time in practice, presumably because he cut the chicane, which a few of the drivers have done today. So we'll see where he shows up. This is Ross in the Insite. Just over the white line, the road drops down an inch or two, and these single seaters need to scrape the floor if you go over the edge of that. He is absolutely pushing. Again, we need new floor after this. Yeah. Sounds to me like Zoe might have better times than I've got. We're still waiting for a refresh for the times, but that's the end of the second time runs. Here we go, we have got the time. So Stephen Palmer finished in an 87.32 and Anthony Wallen in a 78.02, which was enough to take the lead of that class. Then in the racing cars, Ben Bonfield did go significantly quicker. He's on a 74.05, which puts him right up there against the British Championship cars. Ben, of course, has a lot of experience compared to them around here, and rather a tidy driver. Firth Cross managed an 85.05, and Neil Gould an 81.34 in the up to 1600 class. And in the up to 2 litre class, we already had times for Gary Buckingham on a 72.73 and a 74.32 for Michael Froggatt. Simon Ashley has split the two rather neatly with a 73.06, so 3/10 off the lead. That's going to be quite a battle for today. So,
but he's fixed it.
You do know where something's too FTC.
so we have one more car to run in the first time run.
Simon Ashley.
Okay, so here is the final car. Car number 18, Lloyd Bettinson. He's had some problems with the car, but she's managed to fix. And he's going to try and set a time. Let's see how he gets on. So in the national class. It's a 68.08 fastest time by Chris Jones. But if he can dip into the 70s, he will find himself top 6. Down the front straight for the first time. Into the complex here, carrying a good bit of speed. Neat and tidy on the apeces. And out with the backstroke. And then into the final corner. Let's see what time he can do. And I will continually refresh until we get a time. And then I think we are probably going to a lunch break.
Yeah, we are.
Right, let's play the refresh scroll game. So that was a 75.02. That's come up as his practice time, but I think that's just gone into the wrong box. I'll find out when we are resuming from lunch, and maybe we'll do a little paddock walkabout in a moment.
Powered it. I've changed the cable and powered Right, so I'm pointing at the mount at the moment. Pointing at the tripod. The Golf just turned up. The Marshalls have turned up. Climbing out. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Right, so we're back on there. That. All right. All right. You're not getting the shade in the way, are you? There's nothing in the way of that. Right, cool.
Okay, back from lunch then. And Polly Ashley is first away, and I've completely missed the... Wow. Anyway, she's onto the back straight using all the road again. And we've got our chicane camera in. See how she goes through here. Nice and tidy. Into glue pot. So, as a reminder, Polly did a 104.23 this morning. That is a new class record. She's looking to improve on that. She did come in here over lunch and she was very, very happy to have broken the class record, unsurprisingly. Oh. And we do not have that camera. Fantastic. Yeah, fix that. Oh, she's run quite wide again. And out onto the back straight. And then into the chicane for the second time. And around glue pot. Into the final corner. And as she comes out, excuse me, as she comes out of the final corner, she will complete her first timed run. And from there, we will move to Logan Evans. Is the other competitor in the junior class. So Logan really attacking the curbs there through the chicane and out onto the front straight. And into the complex, a lock of the brakes there, and I've just realised we do not have audio from the track side. Anyway, second lap out of the complex. And onto the back straight. Right, and out of the final corner and across the line then. So we can move to the start line again, and we will have the next car on the line. Oh, very sideways, nearly spun it. That's replay territory there. Out onto the back straight. And then into the chicane. How much curb are we going to take here? Small amount. Neat and tidy through glue pot. And into the final corner, coming onto the front straight for the first time. And past my window here. Meanwhile, through chicane, we have the next car. This is Andrew Till. Andrew in the Fiesta ST line. It's a 1 litre turbo EcoBoost. And off into the complex. Whilst on the exit of the complex here, we have Paul Prance in the MGZR. And coming into the chicane. Fair bit of curb on the exit on the left-hand side. Then out into the final corner. There we go, the MG of Paul Prance finishing his run. We switch back to Donald Gay coming into the final corner. And heading down straight into the complex. Swiftly followed by Chris Wells in the MX5 Mark III, who has finished his run and turns into the paddock. And then Claire Tooth in her Elise. She's currently leading the class. And as she comes down the main straight here, she has the wipers on. Now it does look quite dark outside. And it looks to me like we've got a little bit of rain on that lens. Into the chicane then. Into the final corner for David Lee. Here's Claire into the chicane, taking a bit of curb. And into Glue Pot, very wide on the exit there. And then across the line to finish her second timed run. So going back to the times for the junior drivers, Logan Evans has made an incredible improvement and he's smashed Polly's time of 1:04.23, which was a new class record this morning. He smashed that with a 1:04.2, 300ths quicker, but 300ths is 300ths, and that's good enough to take a class win at this point. There's still one more run to go, but also to take a new class record. Well done, Logan. Let's see what Polly can do in the afternoon and whether she can take that record back from him. She's on a 1:08.08. me looks like Pekka De Lucas. Using a lot of road there in his turbocharged MX5. It is indeed. He's coming in hot there. Wow, look at that slide through the complex. I've just seen a very sideways Mini going through the chicane. Looking at Pekka at the time. Downside of one screen and 7 cameras. That's alright, we can see how Pekka takes it. Bit of curb on both sides, all the way out, and then 2 wheels over the white line there. And he is followed by Matt Parr, I think, by the looks of things. So this battle for the lead of A3 has been raging all day. We know that Pekka was faster in practice, but he didn't convert that in the first timed run. We don't know if this timed run is going to be quicker or slower at this point. In fact, we do now. Pekka has put in a time of an 83.98, so Matt is still quicker on account of his first timed run. Conditions perhaps slightly worse than they were previously. And he comes across the line. It's number 34, Lyndon Evans, goes through the complex.
Call that in, or?
Yeah, someone has, but we.
Okay, so we have a camera car on the line. Exciting time. Highly experimental. We don't know how it's going to go. Yeah. So here we go, Phil Oliver. Let's ride on board with him as he goes through the complex and then out onto the back straight. So heading down the back straight, Phil is currently leading Class A in the MX5 challenge, but he is at the moment competing in Class B in his Mark III MX5. Hopefully coming back in range. Hopefully as he comes past us shortly. There he is. Ooh, that didn't sound good. I think he took a lot of curb there. Back with him just in time to go out of range there. Anyway, I don't know, but Nick Angrave just came into the complex. So, going back to the times then, now we've got Mike here operating the cameras again. Next up we have loads of times come up. So, in A1 road going series production up to 1400 cc. This is where it gets really tricky because I've got to combine all of the times across 2 runs. So Piers Tim's Aston Cooper S was fastest in the first timed run on a 91.59. He didn't improve on the second run, and we saw the reason why on the exit of the complex. In second place is Andrew Till in the Fiesta ST line on a 93.46 on his second run, which has beaten Woodford's first time run of a 93.63. Paul Prance in the MGZR on a 101.49. We're watching the MX5 Challenge on screen at the moment. Ben Marshall was first out. He looked really fast. He was fastest in the first timed runs, but he has, I suspect, to cut the chicane. He's recorded a fail. He went straight on, did he?
Straight on at the complex, sorry.
Nice. Okay, well, let's see where we're at now. So Aaron Sharp has improved to an 87.25. Phil Oliver a little slower on an 88.05. Nick Angrave has gone quicker on an 86.87. He's 1/10 behind his first run time of an 86.77. Rob Thompson has improved by a second. He's down in the low 89s with an 89.19. And at the moment we've got Paul Sunshine and looks like Steve Connor on track. Still waiting for those times to come through. So going back to Chris Wells did a 94.19, improving. Donald Gay went a little slower on a 96.63. Claire Tooth again a little slower. We saw her with the wipers on 94.62. David Lee and his Elise again a little slower on a 102.72. And John Burton again a little slower on a 104.32. In the up to 1800 production cars.
They would do like car races or whatever.
Keep going. I think trying to find a gear on the way into the complex. So in A3, see how things are looking. So Pekka De Lucas didn't go quicker. Sorry, did go quicker, but the weather wasn't quite as good, and he's put in an 83.98. But we can see that for the last runs because Matt Parr did an 83.99. That's pretty close. Jack Thomas did a 95.90. That was a slight improvement. Andrew Layton did an 86.06, which was quicker. Pete Goodman's made a significant improvement down to a 91.74. Lyndon Evans 86.88, which again is a second and a half quicker. Morgan Edwards has managed to put in a time this time on a 91.57. Gareth Monk in the Renault Clio on a 95.88, a smidge slower than before lunch. David Ashurst has either gone significantly quicker or we've got the wrong times for David Ashurst and Paul Finch. Because David Ashurst has gone 15 seconds quicker and Paul Finch has gone 15 seconds slower. So I suspect we may see a revision of those times at some point. Joshua Baxter on a 91.56, which is good couple of seconds quicker than he went this morning. Got Andrew O'Malley on screen, is that?
Yep.
Excellent. Following him with absolutely no bias whatsoever. Finley Thomas 96.36. Slightly slower than this morning. Phil Layton on an 88.06. It's 0.2 quicker. Ben Goodman on a 90.36. So a couple of seconds quicker. So it's quite a mix really of people going quicker and slower. In the unlimited cars, Phil James in the Porsche Cayman has gone quicker on an 88.96, but only a couple of tenths. And Alex Ward also improved with a 95.47. That's 0.6 quicker. Keith Forrest in the Audi TT has put a time in at 107.55. And Henry Kimshaw wasn't able to match the earlier time with a 95.25. In the Aston Martin competition, Guy Stoltz in his Vantage has done a 91.21, which is 0.2 quicker than this morning. And Mark Chandler has put a time in this afternoon, which is at 93.98, so that's not too far behind. That might turn into a battle later on. Now let's see if we've got some of the times from the MX5 challenge. We already covered them. Covered some of them, haven't we? The times seem to be going back and forth on my screen here. So Paul Sunshine did go quicker, 0.7 quicker, 0.8 quicker. My maths not great. He's on a 91.80. Rob Fisher, at half a second slower this time on a 90.89. Chris Parr, half a second slower again on an 89.27. Steve Connor has gone 0.6 quicker on a 93.52, and Hugh Bowen half a second quicker on a 91.31. Hello, Phil. All right. You happy with your times? Nope. Is that because you're not quite winning? Your practice time was 87.88, and you got 0.4 off this morning. And
slower this afternoon.
yeah, track conditions not as good though. Yeah, we did see. Gary Dawkins straight on at the complex.
Yeah. Good up the extra weight.
Yeah, so we can confirm that the extra weight of a camera is worth around about 0.6. But we did get a nice bit of footage of you off the line. Yeah. Complex. No, we got out to the second marshal's post.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose you've got my sight rating.
Oh, well, yeah, they're all across the street. Yeah. It worked though, 87.48. You need to do more of that.
I need to stick in the rear and back up.
That's looking fast. Who was that in the Mini? Oh, really?
Headlight.
Or maybe they're very directional.
Maybe it flashes high beams as he came in.
So I suppose his way of update. We are halfway, I suppose, through the second timed run out of 3 timed runs. We had the road classes and the road specialists. We're now into the modified production cars, and from here we'll move into the sports Libra cars before we have the as we are in the modified cars. Oh, big lock up there in the BMW coming into the complex. That was James Hunt in the 2.5 litre turbo E30. That is very rapid down the back straight. How's he looking in the chicane? Pretty punchy. Car's moving about a fair bit by the looks of things. So he managed an 88.78 this morning. He crosses the line. So going back to the road going specialist production cars up to 1800cc. Patrick Holmes, an 83.49, didn't improve on his practice, on his morning time. Chris Bennett, 89.36, also didn't improve. Conrad Holmes, however, has improved and has stretched his lead out to exactly half a second over Patrick. Andrew O'Malley, a slight improvement by a couple of tenths to an 86.07. In B3, which is the road specialist production cars over 1800, Brian Gent has improved by a second to a 102.77 in his Gilbert Invader. Ian Linnard in his Gilbert Invader has improved also to a 112.34. Adrian Clements in the Westfield has also made an improvement of a few tenths. Down to an 84.95. Gary Dawkins, as we saw, went straight on at the complex and has not improved on his 91.16, so we'll see how that goes this afternoon. We are still waiting for a time for John Hawkins in C1, the modified up to 1400 classes. Let's see if we've got a time through yet. No, not quite, but we do have times for everyone in 1400 to 1800 modified production car class. Nigel Smith managed a 92.57, which was 4 tenths slower than he was this morning. We did see quite a big slide through the complex, which probably accounts for that and a little bit more. Luke Ashley also a little slower than he went this morning in his Mini on a 93.14. Separated by just 2 tenths, so that's going to be all to play for this afternoon. And we haven't seen Alison back out in her Lancer, so I think Sophie said probably packing or packed up. She had a fail on her practice run, which was a mechanical failure. Anyway, we're now into Sports Libra. The Radicals out on track. So the class record here is a 76.66. Is a 75.25 for Terry Brown. Judging by the tarpaulin over Alan Dyke's Megamin, I don't think we're going to see him back out this afternoon, so we are 1 down in quite a buoyant class for Sports Libra up to 1800. And we do have a time for John Hawkins in the modified series production cars up to 1400. So Julian Harbour remains in the lead with an improvement to 91. Jamie Hawkins improves as well to 93.01 in second place, and John Hawkins remaining really quite consistent, just 3 tenths slower than he went before lunch on a 110.69, and we've got a 205 going straight on at the complex. Grassy moment. So that'll be Stuart Rothwell in the 205, and he's the last in that class to run in this second timed run. So he'll get a fail for that, and that means we can tell you how we're going with that class. So Steve Baxter in the 205 went slightly slower on an 87.20. Paul Meadows in the Clio 182, again slightly slower in an 86.37. Has improved quite significantly in his Impreza, down to an 86.22, which is now the class by 400s, would you believe? James Hunt we saw pushing on, but it hasn't helped him. He's done an 89.97, which is a second slower than he managed this morning. Dave Mockford, a big improvement on this morning's time, down to a 90.95. And of course Stuart Rothwell's not going to improve on his morning time of an 86.55. So it's looking really quite close at the top of that class. Rupert Ryle on an 86.22, Paul Meadows on an 86.26, Steve Baxter on an 86.37, and Stuart Rothwell on an 86.55. By my maths, which isn't great, that's 3,300. Probably the closest class we've got yet. And I've been completely wrong by Alan Dyke in the mega pin, haven't I? He's just coming into the chicane. So it's good to see that he's managed to fix that and get out. He might actually set a time this time, which would be nice. So in modified specialist production cars, Andrew Webber has improved to 88.19. John Bradshaw remains in the lead of the class, but makes 180. So we're now towards the end of all of the Sports Libra cars. We can see Martin Ferris there turning into the paddock. He's the sole driver in the over 1800 Sports Libra cars class, so I'm pretty certain he's still leading that. He managed a 94.11 this morning. Still waiting for some updates on the times. And Harrod Williams in the Radical, after a spin this morning, has put in an 84.23 this afternoon, which actually is 5 seconds slower than 79.12 practice time, which suggests there may have been a small excursion somewhere. Our timing feeds slower.
We've got somebody coming into the chicane. Near land by the look of it. Yep.
Yep. There's the Matty Lotus Championship for road going cars. And I think, yep, it's so we've got the Paul Matty Lotus Championship, followed by the TR Register Triumph Speed Championship, and Derek Kessel, who is the lone entrant in the Downton Motor Club Speed Championship. And then we've got the Runoff for the British Championship. Exciting time. we've got some times in then for Sports Libra. Paul Davis in the Radical Club Sport has improved by 4/10 to a 79.61. Hugh Williams in the Radical has not improved with a 74.75. Luke Trotman again a little slower this time on an 82 dead. Terry Brown in the Radical again a little slower on a 77.48. Alan Dyke has managed to complete the time this afternoon, so his first attempt is a 97.2. Martin Ferris in the Renault 5, half a second slower in the over 1800 Sports Libra cars, 94.6. Mike May, the only entrant in the rally car class, has gone 2 seconds slower again on a 109.5 in his Austin Mini Cooper. Lotus Championship road going class. Steve Millward in the Elan S3 has gone exactly 1 second slower this afternoon on 98.18. Chris Dowell in the Lotus Exige has gone significantly quicker, 4 seconds faster in fact, at 92.35, so that's going to make a big difference in the time sheets. That puts him up into at this point, because Charles Hamer has improved in his release from 93.62 to 90. It's the only times we've got through at the moment. Hopefully we'll get some more in a minute. That's TR7 V8 locks up, coming past us there. That was Steve Small. Steve's currently battling for the lead, I think. Yep, he's on an 88.48, his pre-lunch time, which put him a second clear of Len Olds in a similar TR7 V8. So the rest of the results for the Paul Matty Lotus Championship. Chris Westwood in his Elise 111R has improved to a 107.61. John Dobson in the Elan Plus 2 has also improved, 92.54. John Palmer in his 111R has improved significantly to a 97.95. Keith Wilford in his Elan Sprint has put in a first time of 99.91 after a fail before lunch. Phil Carver in his Elise also had a fail before lunch and has now put in a 95.92. Jane Millward in the Elan S3, sharing with Steve, has gone slightly slower, quarter of a second slower with a 100.2. Philippa Dowell in the Exige has gone quicker by almost a second to a 102.85. So this is the tail end of the Triumphs that we're seeing on screen here. And off it just as the car appeared. Oh. Long curve there. Unfortunately, I don't know my Triumphs well enough to know who that was, but I'm going to hazard a guess that it was either Kevin Bryant or Neil Revington using huge amounts of curb, and that there is Len Olds in the TR7 V8, who is looking to go a little bit quicker and maybe pick Steve Small. Right. Right, so in the TR Triumph Speed Championship, Sean Roche has improved from a 98.55 to a 97.16. Steve Small did not improve and posted a 89.70. Kevin Bryant has improved to a 108.12, and Len Olds didn't manage to improve and beat Steve Small as he posted a 90.48. Derek Kessel now is on track. I believe he's been driving this car for several decades. Managed 87.06 this morning. And I think he is the last... Oh no, I think Tony Bomfield might be last 4. Oh no, we're running all the double drivers, so we've got Gary Buckingham as well before the British Championship runoff. Here is Tony Bonfield coming into the complex. Tony through the chicane. Gary Buckingham comes past me into the complex. Gary currently leading his class with a 72.73, and also because this is a dual permit meeting, there is an interclub and a national fastest time, and I think Gary is looking good for the fastest time of the day in the nationals. Talking of fastest, I did hear Miguel EcoBoost off the line, but I can't see it. Must be around somewhere. Blimey, yep, it's at the far end of the circuit already. This is reigning champion Pete Goulding. He's qualified 2nd in the runoff. He locked up coming in to the complex, but he's made it to the apex. He's on a 70.39 this morning. Let's see what he can do in this runoff. And here's Steve Miles, he won the fastest time of the day here at the last sprint back in June.
Looks visibly faster than Pete.
He does. He knows his way around a bit better, although this morning he did a 71.64, which wasn't as fast as Pete. Steve was here on a test day yesterday, so he should be on the button really. We'll see how that pans out. Could be that he made a mistake somewhere this morning. Mike's had a food delivery. So all that texting was texting Phil for your lunch delivery. What about me? Oh. No, I didn't. Well, this is terrible. I think you should all slate Mike in the comments. Do indeed.
Yeah, I haven't seen
Well, yeah, wouldn't you like to know? I'm just going to tease you a bit and tell you that Neil Revington did not improve in his Triumph TR2, and nor did Derek Kessel in his Maguire Mini. Before I say that is going to be very happy with the 69.37. Steve almost as happy with the 69.50. So, and the intermediate time for John Loudon is looking pretty close as well. He's within 7/10, well, about 7/10 slower than Steve Miles at the intermediate. So we'll see how that works out when we get a time for him at the end. That's a nice car going past the window. That's Graham Porritt, who did an 86.74 in the McGowan Eco Boost this morning. Oh, lock up there, very late braking. That was Brown in the Empire Evo 2. Refresh and scroll down. I can tell you what he did this morning. He did a 76.19 and he's already at the chicane. Here we can see Anthony Brown in the Audi TT. He is the only runner with a tin top. And when we get some times, I will let you know who won the runoff. I strongly suspect that Anthony will not have won it, but I can't tell you who has yet. Just finished. Although actually it has not, because we haven't got Lloyd Betterson yet, have we? In the Jedi. There he is, straight past the window. I didn't even have to say his name 3 times. So he did a 75.02 in his solitary run this morning. Let's see what he did in the runoff. So it'd be nice to get some times for everyone else. Don't know about you, but I'm quite excited to find out what everyone did.
I am, yeah.
So that is the end of the runoff, and we're back now with the racing cars. That is Michael Froggatt. Here we go, Michael Froggatt in the Reynard Formula Vauxhall. Managed a 74.32 this morning. Mike's sharing his chips. Can you hear them crunching? They're good chips. They've got a good cafe here.
Llandow circuit.
Yeah.
Famous for its faggots and peas.
Yeah. Welsh chips.
Alright, we know to make a run, right?
And we have the times for the runoff. Okay, so let's try and work this out. So should we do reverse order? Why not? So Anthony Brown in a 92.87. Slightly ahead of him we have Graham Porritt in the McGowan Eco Boost on an 84.56. Then we have Simon Wallace ahead of him in the OMS 3000M on an 80.37. Ahead of him was Steve Brown in the Empire Evo 2 on a 76.64. That's slightly slower than he went earlier, so that lockup probably didn't help. Ahead of him we have Lloyd Bettinson, who has improved significantly with a 73.69. And then getting into the top 4 here. In 4th place, John Llandow on 17.88 in his Force TA. That is the fastest he's been today by some margin. We know that Steve Miles had done a 69.5, and that puts him in 3rd place in the runoff. Pete Goulding on his 69.37 is 2nd, but Chris Jones on a 67.6, which has absolutely smashed the course record here. That is the fastest anyone has ever been around Llandow. So well done. That's fantastic. Although actually we haven't seen Nicholas Scott, having said all of that, in the Force TA, or at least we don't have the time for him. I did not notice if he went out or not. Anyway, we have not a lot going on at the moment. Can't see anything on the cameras, but we're waiting for that Paul Matty Lotus Championship car. There's really nothing going on, is there?
Giving us a break.
That's what it is, so that I can eat your chips. I may need to announce the new track record again.
That's very nice, thank you.
New track record. There we go. We've got the graphics for it.
You might be able to give it back.
Okay then, we're back underway. Timing error by the sounds of things. I wonder if that's me pressing F5 repeatedly trying to find out who's won the runoff. Probably scroll down now and find someone else that won the runoff.
Maybe we're just double checking that. 67 second time. 67?
67.60. That's the new track record.
How much?
Oh, don't ask me questions like that. 1.57 seconds.
Really?
Yeah.
That was reminiscent of Matt Ryder at Wiscombe a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
Taking a big chunk off.
Yeah, in percentage terms, that was ridiculous, wasn't it? Yeah, because what did he get down to at the end? It was a 32.77, was it? No, sorry, 31.77 from a 32.93. Good numbers. Yeah, so he took 1.1 seconds. And he's at Prescott tomorrow, isn't he? Well, he's at Prescott today, but we're not there. We'll be watching that tomorrow. This will be Ben, won't it? We've got a time for Tony already. Tony did an 83.59, which is a good improvement over his 86.30. So is that the end of the Paul Matty Lotus Championship? David Hampton in the Formula 2 Atlantic. He was leading, he was second in class, and he has improved by exactly half a second to an 83.38. Palmer has improved from an 87.32 to an 85.04. In the Lotus F3 has almost exactly matched his intermediate split this morning, but we don't have a final time yet, so we don't know if he's gone quicker or slower. Ben Bomfield, though, significantly quicker. He's gone almost 2 seconds quicker on the first lap. This might be a 70 or no, surely couldn't be a 79, could it? What is the class record for Ben? This is where I realise I've not written it down. I have not written it down. I do have a record. I have a record of the record. Don't have the time yet. Let me have a look at what the record is for the 1100 class. Standby caller. So the record is a 69.17. It's the course record. So that is the time he has to beat, and a 69.1600 class. Nope, I tell a lie. It was 69.17 for the 1600 class. No one's been in the 69s in the small class. That's a 70.03. So we'll see how that goes. That looked like Simon Ashley running a little bit deep. He's in the 2 litre class and he is chasing a 69.51 as the class record. I think that might be a bit far away from his current times, but he's doing an incredible job. His first time here in that car on a 73.06 this morning, which is rapid. So that'll be the end of the timed run 2, and we'll be moving on to timed run 3 shortly. Helpful little graphic there. Let's see if I can get you some times. No, we are still waiting for the rest of the Paul Matty times to come through. Oh, and we do have actually another Paul Matty car behind us. So this is probably going to be the last car in timed run 2. Really lucky we can get some times soon afterwards. So this is Sarah Thorne then, the last driver for this session. So the 94.08 in her Lotus 2022. Only 2 years old. Yep, very shiny, isn't it? And we have some times coming through. Brilliant. So Anthony Wallen in the Lotus F3 improved by a couple of tenths to a 77. Ben Bonfield did improve significantly to a 72.5. So that was mostly in the first lap. About the same as his previous run. Fairfield Cross has improved to an 83.74. Neil Gould has improved to a 79.72. Simon Ashley has improved further to a 72.82, which means he's 2 hundredths off of Michael Froggatt, who improved to a 72.8. And the class lead at the moment is Gary Buckingham on a 72.42, so 4 tenths covers all of the class. That's going to be a battle. Now, hopefully at some point we will get the times for Sarah Thorne and maybe Paul Matty and Malcolm Thorne at the same time.
There you go. Yeah, they did it time.
Yeah, so essentially I screwed up, so I flew business out and economy back.
At least you got business one way.
Business one way, yeah. Probably one I needed most was business on the way back.
Yeah, after you've done all that.
Yes. Yeah, so I did have a couple of days in the office at BCA in the end. I flew back on the Wednesday and then back the Thursday and Friday. Yeah, so business on the way up was Virgin Atlantic. On the way back, I thought I'd booked premium economy if I was being honest. And no, it was regular economy. Virgin do something called economy Bliss or economy something else, which is essentially just more basic. And that would have been £961 to get there. And if I wanted to keep economy on my return trip, it would have been an extra £1,600 to upgrade.
Is it Virgin that kind of merged business and first class?
Yeah, I don't think that's first.
Yeah, I think business was first go. Business was not.
Yeah,
Version 2.
it's got the bar.
Been to Madeira and back, and I've been to Toulouse and back, and no one has picked me up.
Okay, back underway then. Polly Ashley. Final timed run. So earlier today, she managed a 104.23, which was a new class record, but she was pipped to the post this afternoon as Logan Evans lowered her class record to a 104.2. So she's got... Logan is ahead of Polly at the moment. We shall see. So Polly has finished her run and she has recorded a 1:04.88, which is not quite quick enough to beat Logan's first timed run. Second timed run even, thank you. Where he did a 1:04.20 and he locks up again on the way into the complex. Third time to try. Now the big question here is, what can he do? Can he go quicker and lower his record further? We have a time for Logan Evans, and he has broken his class record further, an absolutely brilliant time of 1:03.69. So he's taken more time than I can work out in my head. He's taken the record down from a 1:04.45 to a 1:03.69. Now that is going to have implications, because he's a Bristol Motor Club member by the looks of things. That's going to have implications on the championship, in fact. The Bristol Speed Championship.
Is that going to be on the speed? So how does the Bristol Speed Championship?
Oh, look at that. I've been delivered a pair of Welsh cakes by our camera car driver, and they're warm.
Oh, somebody's listening to the live stream.
Yeah. Yeah, you may have to deal with the stream without my commentary, which is probably a better thing whilst I'm munching this Welsh cake. Well, winning the Welsh Cake Championship. This is the cafe. Tasting. Yeah, they are exceeding their usual expectations. Would recommend.
Die Kipling in the kitchen.
That's interesting. I've refreshed the times and we've lost the split times for the A1 class, but we have we've not gained any times, so hopefully we'll get some. We've moved on to A2 though. On the road So prior to this last run that's just completed, we had Piers Tin in the Austin Cooper S, who was leading on a 91.59, followed by Andrew Till on a 93.46, and Bertie Woolard in 93.63. That was the top three, and we'll see whether any of them have improved in a minute, maybe. Meanwhile, we're on to Class A2, and the leading time there was a 92.03 for Claire Tooth, who's just coming into the complex now. She's followed by Chris Wells in the MX5 on a 94.19, and Donald Gay on a 95.68 in the MR2. We'll see how they pan out when we get the times come through. Oh, here we go, we've got some times. So, well, that's impressive. So in A1, the Trade Series production cars up to 1400cc. Piers Tin did not improve, but he did manage another 91. He retains the class lead though, as Andrew Till, who was in second place, managed exactly the same time as his second time run, a 93.46.
Wow.
Third place for Bertie Woolard, no matter what time he's done. We don't actually have a time through yet, because Paul Prance, whilst he's improved to a 164, that is not good enough to take third place. Now it's also looking like a lot of change in A2. We have two times through for Chris Wells in the MX5, Mark 3, who's on 92.65, which is a good second and a half off his previous best, but not quite enough to steal the win from Claire Tooth. Donald Gay has also improved, but not by quite as much, and he's on a 95.26. It seems likely they are the second and third place, and Claire is likely the winner, as David Lee in the Elise and John Burton in the MGF would have to improve by quite a significant margin to beat any of those three. In fairness, they are doing exceptionally well.
I expect Chris would be happy with a second in class today.
I'd be happy with a second in class on
Yeah,
that.
Claire Tooth's always very quick, isn't she?
And she's quicker this afternoon than she was this morning. 91.69.
Wow.
Hey, Luke. So where are we at now? We're at
Mini's on track.
that is Bertie Woolard, who has already secured third place and is just out for a bit of a play. And the answer to the question, can David Lee or John Burton beat Claire Tooth, is no. No, they can't. David has improved on his previous run this afternoon, but it still wasn't as fast as he went this morning. Did a 102.19. John Burton in his MGF has done his quickest time today. A 101.99, but it wasn't quite enough to beat David's first timed run of 101.05. Still a good battle in the end. And we're on to A3, the massive class that's so big I can't even tell you how big it is. No, yeah, lots of them. But what we do know is that the two that are battling for the lead are Matt Parr and Pekka DeLucas.
And they were just 100 between them on their last run?
1 solitary 100th. Now, it's not done and dusted, though, because I mean there are people that are within striking distance, but they'll need to find seconds, not hundredths.
And Matt's currently leading that class on an 83.77 by the look of it.
Yeah, but that's not as fast as Pekka went in practice.
All to play for.
Big guns.
Big
guns.
big turbos. Who's
Big
got the biggest
turbos.
turbo?
Well, we'll find out in the pub later. Or not. Oh, would you believe it? We have chats coming in and I have neglected to connect to the chat service. Congratulations, Logan Evans. All self-funded effort by a 16-year-old. Yeah, that's quite impressive. I was talking to him at the last event here about how he pays for the whole thing himself. He's got his own little business selling bikes.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Wow.
And yeah, at the age of 16, he's been able to make enough money to buy himself a Fiesta that's capable of winning and to take a class win.
Wow.
So yeah, fair play.
A bright future for that young man.
Yeah, definitely. Proper little entrepreneur. Here we go then. So, A3. Who's out on the start line?
Oh, here we go.
Going past our window here, that was Phil Rachel. Four-ish. Managed an 88.06 previously. That sounds like Pekka. Proper angry sounding engine.
It is, isn't it?
That's on the road.
He's going to be all over the curbs here, I reckon.
Boom!
He is not giving up.
He is absolutely on it. He is desperate for that win, isn't he? And in fact,
How much tyre smoke will we see coming through?
oh, is he running hot?
Has he made it? Has he made it round? We haven't seen him yet.
Oh, and that's it.
I think that will be 4 wheels off.
Yeah, I think we could safely say that was 4 wheels off and right in front of the time. So that's going to be obvious enough. That I think hands the class win to Matt Parr, who has just gone past our window.
Yeah, he's backed out a
Yeah, that's a bit. Oh, has he?
Well,
Who knows? Should we head back to Matt and see what he's looking like? He's coming down to the chicane.
is he?
Yeah. So he has no idea at the moment. So he is absolutely on fire. And a big question here is, what's he done? Because the class record is an 82.71. And he did an 83.72 this morning. He's already taken one class record this year, hasn't he, I think? Difficult questions. I can't remember. I remember being excited because he'd taken a class record, but I can't remember where. answers in the comments if you know. Tell you what, if we hadn't seen Pekka go off, we'd be on the edge of our seats trying to find out who'd won this class. Maybe someone needs to deliver some Welsh cakes to the timekeeper who's typing the time to.
I don't know what the balls are, the rigs are.
You've got to be up.
Completely. Or...
Trevor McMaster there, just
It is up now.
It's up now, yeah.
making a cameo appearance.
Don't knock our camera over.
Thank you, Trevor. I think he sold his Janetta now, hasn't he?
Don't know.
Well, I guess we'll find out. They're gonna take off his a Porsche. Ah. A Cayman.
Oh, I heard talk of that this morning.
38 on the line. That is Paul Finch. Ah, yes, I see his time he swapped with David Ashurst. There was some consternation when David Ashurst went 15 seconds quicker and Paul Finch went 15 seconds slower, so I think those times now. Big question though is, what time did Matt Parr do? Oh, lovely little drift. Love that on the replay. So, do you want the answer to the question, did Matt Parr break the class record?
I do want the answer to that question.
I'll tell you that later. The answer is yes.
He did?
Yes, he did.
No way.
Oh wait, no, hold on. I swear that's said it.
No way. Oh.
No, he hasn't. My eyes are not as
I
good
tell
as
you
they
what,
used
if
to
Dave Pearce is listening, he'll be fearing this job.
Dave Pearce
He
won't be listening.
He won't be listening, or he won't be fearing.
I mean, there is no fear in that man. No, an 82.8 was Matt's riposte, which is 900 shy of the 82.71
Right.
class record. As we saw, Pekka did get a fail.
Yeah. 82.8 was that the fastest of the day?
That is the fastest of the day, so he did a proper sucker punch there. Although, interestingly, Pekka's first lap in first practice was quicker than Matt's first lap on that record-setting run. So there's going to be some competition there in the future. So also in A3, Jack Thomas has improved to a 94.12. The clerk of the course is leaving the building. Assistant clerk of the course. Yeah, okay. So he gets the lead. He's just putting on his bike wear, isn't he? We've already talked about Pekka's 4 wheels off and Matt Parr's 82.8. Lyndon Evans in the Civic was unable to improve with a 98.08. Morgan Edwards in the Renault Clio did a 91.49, which is his best today by 800ths. very consistent there. Gareth Monk also improved by 800ths and posted a 94.91. Phil Layton in the Civic did an 87.37, which again is a 7/10 improvement. Now, hopefully we'll get a few more times because we're into A4 now on the screen. This is Phil James, isn't it?
Just coming past our window now. Very smooth.
88.96, second time run. That is class leading at the moment, but not by much. Henry Kimshaw in the Impreza on a 90.23. Had a bit of a wobble after lunch.
Oh. Sight of him.
Or was it? No, it can't be. No, that was Alex Ward, because Henry has finished, but in a 94.3. So that is not an improvement. We have some more times in A3, although not all of them yet. David Ashurst, quicker than last time out, but not as fast as before lunch. 105.69. Paul Finch has gone quicker again. 88.42. So I think that might be 4th, somewhere around there. It's a big class. Midfield. Joshua Baxter has done a 90.16, best of the day for him so far. Finley Thomas also a big improvement on the last run, 93.8. And Phil Layton, I think we talked about previously, improved to an 87.37. Ben Goodman in the Fiesta S2, slightly slower than the last run, 91.18. So we don't have.
Big Aston.
Oh yeah, Aston. We don't have all the times for A4 yet, but I think we can probably safely say that Phil James has done it on an 88.56. Time's just come through. So that is the fastest he's gone today, improves his lead. And Keith Forrest has done a 103.06. Now Alex Ward is going to have to find somewhere in the region of 7 or 8 seconds to take the win today, so I think that's going to be a little bit tough. So that's 7.41, Andrew Layton in the Civic Type R that's on track at the moment. One of the 2 still remaining in A3 that we haven't seen. Marshall's been goading Pekka on WhatsApp. How's gardening, Pekka? Okay. And we've got the challenge coming up next. Immediately after the Aston Martins. was Phil Oliver off the start line with our onboard camera. New placement, not so great. He is looking quick into the chicane.
He is. When I spoke to him earlier, he wasn't happy with his last run.
Determined, I guess. So I think what's happened is he's gone so quick down the corner, he's pulled the cable out of the
He certainly
pulled the cable out of the camera.
certainly.
Oh, puncture. That's a puncture.
Do you think?
I think so.
Let's see what he's doing down here.
Yeah. Careful, Phil. Careful. Yeah, he's got puncture. Left rear puncture. Careful. Park it up, Phil.
Very well spotted.
Yeah. And he's catching
He
him
might be
there.
about to balk somebody as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Red flags. Balking. Wow, that was an exciting moment for Phil.
he did say earlier that you felt something was a bit funny with his tyres. So
yeah, I'm going to hazard a guess. It was the curbs that did it. I'm just going to put it out there. I reckon he's chomped a bit at the curbs, and that's done it.
it wouldn't be the first time.
It wouldn't be the first time. But at least
Somebody's had a puncture by running over curbs.
True.
No.
On the
Right,
plus
so
side, he saved it, so it's all good.
This is Nick, is it?
No, that's Paul Sunshine.
Paul Sunshine.
So Paul did a 91.8 on his last run. I suspect he'll be desperately trying for a 90. Of course, we've seen Ben already. He had a fail on the last time, but he was quickest prior to that.
Right. So we know Aaron was balked by Phil, or was
yes.
he? Or
Aaron was behind him. Who else was on track there? It was Nick Angrave, I think. Yeah, I think both.
so we'll
yeah, so
see a couple of extra. And who's this 420 on the line?
420.
Rob Fisher.
Rob Fisher, yeah. So
Nobody else out on track at the moment?
we have some times. We didn't think that Alex Ward was going to be able to find enough time to beat Phil James in A4. We were right, but he's found a lot of time. He's got down to a 92.87, which was not far off Henry Kim Shaw in the end.
It's a good improvement, 3 seconds.
Yeah. On the flip side, in the Aston Martin Owners Club Speed Championship, there's been a drop-off in performance this afternoon. 96.22 for Guy Stout and Mark Chandler with a 94.28.
Right, Rob Fisher off the line.
So, fastest so far in the MX5 challenge from his first time run. He did not improve in the final run. Oh, lots of sideways. Replay button there, I think. That'll go on the highlights reel later. However, Aaron was probably not balked because he's done an 87.19, which is his fastest today.
Okay. Aaron would have gone out before Phil. And Phil had his issue on his last lap. didn't
That
he?
is
So-
true, yeah. So actually the people that were bought were probably Nick and Rob, because I forget Rob Thompson is new in the championship
Yes.
this weekend, and I'm not familiar with his car yet.
This looks like
Yep,
out on the track.
yep, Hugh Bowen. So we'll have to wait to find out what Nick does when he gets his rerun. In fact, if I look over my shoulder, I think it's that is Nick. Yeah, that is Nick. And yeah, it is Rob, number 411, who was bought as well.
Meanwhile, who's that? There must be Chris Parr going round.
Chris Parr, yeah. Hugh Bowen,
89
yeah.
into the complex.
Yep. So Hugh's looking to improve on his 91.31. He and Paul Sunshine are really quite close. There's quite a battle going on there. And they're not far behind Rob Fisher, so it depends what Rob's done. Is that recorded? Okay, still waiting for times.
So Rob Thompson on the line, or just off the line. Stealthily off the line. Very little wheel spin. He's used to controlling front wheel drive wheel spin off the line.
Yeah. Taking a fair bit of curve.
Yeah, and using all the track there.
He's getting used to rear wheel drive, isn't he?
Yeah. And
Yeah,
this looks
pushing
like
on.
Nick Angrove coming down
Into
into
the
the chicane.
Yeah.
What will he do?
Slightly early on the brakes, I think, there for Rob. He's done an 89.19, so you bet your bottom dollar he wants an 88 or an 87 on this last run.
A little bit of squeal there coming into the complex, but tidy.
Yeah, there wasn't much margin left there, was there? Yeah, we do have some times. Okay, so Paul Sunshine did not improve. He went 100 slower. Hugh also did not. So Hugh has just about scalped Paul Sunshine.
So we've got currently Ben Marshall at the top,
We have at the moment,
and
yeah.
Nick Angrove
but-
just crossing the line. So on what looked to be a pretty hot lap.
Yeah, but hold on to your hat. Rob Fisher improves to an 89.2.
89.2. Wow.
Yeah, he's taken 1.5 seconds off his previous best. But Chris Parr, I don't know what he had for lunch, whether he, I don't know. He's done an 87.64.
87.64.
87.64, which almost made Phil quite unhappy. I mean, he probably doesn't need help with that at the moment. He's currently trying to work out how to get home, I think. I hope someone's got a spare tyre. Right. So the big question is, where are Nick and Rob? Now, Nick's intermediate is a 37.8, which is faster than anyone has been all day.
Right.
So that it, and when I say faster, I mean that is 7/10 faster than anyone's been. No, half a second faster than his best so far. So we'll see what happens when when his time comes through. Rob Thompson has gone 500 slower on the intermediate, so
Let's hit that refresh button.
he might get that 88, who knows?
Tension on this timing system.
Oh, it's incredible, isn't it? Still not hit.
It's looking very dark on a couple of our cameras here.
Yeah. I think it's your screen brightness.
I think it might be.
Yeah, if everyone could just type F5 into the chat, maybe it'll make the timing system give us some time.
Oh, they're not. They're still not putting up. It's like a steward's inquiry.
We'd be better
that
off
is
running upstairs with a post-it. So the Gilvans are out there then. These are the road specialist production cars, so limited production runs between 20 and 1,000 cars per annum. That, by the sounds of things, is Gary Hopkins in the Lotus. I think that's the best sounding car here.
Nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very crappy.
He's currently leading the class on an 84.95. That's for road specialist directly competing with Gary Dawkins here. It took a lot longer to refresh that time. I thought we might have some times. I was downloading more data, but no. Still no times. Nick Angrave may or may not pick Ben Marshall to the race. All we can be sure of is that he's either faster or slower, unless he's the same time.
3 possible outcomes. There
Yeah.
are only 3.
Yeah, we think.
Unless he's been disqualified.
I mean, yeah,
I mean-
anything's possible. We have answers. We have answers. Nick Angrave, new class record, 85.2.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, he's taken this championship by storm this year, but that is incredible. That's an insane time. So he's taken 0.93, I think. No, 0.97 off the existing class record.
So nearly a second.
Yeah, he's gone from an 86.17 down to an 85.2.
Wow.
That's incredible.
And that record has stood for a while, hasn't it? That's Matt. That was Matt Parr's record.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah,
Maybe 3 years ago.
yeah, it's been some time.
And he's fresh off the back of taking Matt's record at the DMS a few weeks back.
Yeah,
Or
yeah. But on the plus side, Matt Parr did win today, and
almost.
almost broke the record. So you know, it's not all bad.
No.
So Rob Thompson, 89.23. That was 400 slower than he went earlier. So not quite what he was after there. We did see Steve Connor. We haven't got a time yet.
Oh. Did we see?
I'm sure I saw
I
Steve.
didn't see Steve go for it.
Oh, maybe it was someone else I saw. But he's got a white. No, I definitely saw a white car, but then maybe that was Andrew O'Malley. Talking of Andrew O'Malley, he's done an 86.96. Actually, that's his slowest timed run of the day. Conrad Holmes, same actually. Slowest run of the day. On the flip side, Chris Bennett, 86.82, not his slowest run of the day, actually his fastest, not quite enough to beat Andrew O'Malley's 86.07 the last time run. All that we need now is Patrick Holmes to set a time, and we'll know the outcome. So actually, after all the excitement with the MX5 challenge, top three then are Nick Grave, Ben Marshall. Who else? Has anyone else done an 86? So I think next is Aaron Shaw. Yeah, that's your top three. And Steve Connor wins Class A on account of Phil brought the wrong car. Right, let's see if we can get some of the very last times for some of these classes that have gone through. Nope, no we can't. But we're on to the modified cars now. Renault Clio there. That's Paul Meadows. An 85, no doubt. Yesterday of 86.26 before lunch. And this is an incredibly close class as well, isn't it? So we have 1, 2, 3 drivers in the 86s. Sorry, 4 drivers in the 86s. Yeah, 4 tenths, in fact, covering 3 tenths, covering the top 4 in that class. Yeah, one of whom is Rupert Ryle that we're looking at on screen now. Yeah. James Hunt is on an 88.78, so he's not far behind. If he can pull a bit more time out, he can be in the mix too. MG of Dave Watford. Got booked earlier today, didn't they? Got down to a 90.95 on the last run though, that was a significant improvement. So about 4 seconds off the class leading pace. I'm sure he can get a bit closer. Do you know what? We've got a top 12 runoff coming up soon, haven't we?
You must have.
British Championship. Got the cars lining up behind us. Maybe I'll jump the gun a bit. So we've got Sports Libra, then the Paul Matty Lotus Triumph, and then the British Championship cars. Yeah, maybe because
No time
he
for
hasn't-
it?
no time at all. But we do have a time for Patrick Holmes. And you're not going to believe this. He has set exactly the same time as Conrad Holmes. So there were 3 outcomes. He could go faster, slower, or set the same time. And the answer is he set the same time. But unfortunately, he's done it on the 3rd time run, which I think means wins.
Is that the first? They both set the fastest time in their class today.
Yep.
But done it on different runs.
So Conrad wins.
So the ruling is whoever set the time first wins the event.
Pretty much.
There we go.
But a 1-2 anyway for the Holmes family. Excellent. Okay, so moving on to road specialist over 1800. So we have a winner there in the form of Adrian Clements, who did go faster in his Westfield on an 84.18. Second in class, Gary Dawkins, on account of his first time run at 91.16. He was unable to improve with the 93.01. And then we have Brian Gent, who improved every single run, setting at 101.94 in his Gilbert Invader on the last run. Followed by Ian Linnard, who also improved on every single run in his Gilbert Invader to a 110.02. So that's good progression from both of them today. We are waiting for one more car in the C1 class to work out who's won there, although it does seem highly likely, given the time gap to the car Hawkins. We probably know the outcome already. So we'll move on to modified series production. That's been a close battle today. Coming into the last run, Luke Ashley on a 91.97. Nigel Smith on a 92.17, so 2 tenths in it. Unfortunately, Nigel has gone slower after lunch, and Luke has gone quicker on 89.38, so he takes the win. Nigel's 94.58 wasn't good enough to improve, unfortunately.
See your tyre, it's completely split all the way down. Cheers, Phil.
Is that Luke Trotman? 74? I think it might be.
Right.
It is Luke Trotman travelling slowly. Is that because there's something wrong, or has he been red flagged? I think there's something wrong there, isn't there? Should be on.
We good to go?
Went into the chicane.
Can't see anything else out on track.
Yeah.
Oh,
hold
car
on.
marshal on the
Maybe he
Exit
wants red
complex.
flags. Yep, we've got Clark
Oh.
heading out as well.
Or has something fallen off?
And we've got an Andrew Bisping with...
Last
Oh no,
group.
he's given up the broom. Yeah,
Let's
I
go.
think we're... we've got a bit of red bodywork. It looks like some... Yeah. Oh, hold on, is that Chris Parr's rear bumper? I'm sure it said Mazda on it.
Oh, really?
Probably not. There we are. Okay, so some debris. So Luke will get a rerun. Should be behind us. I can't see him. So what red cars do we have out on track? That's the question. And also, what times do we have on the board?
Yeah, it wasn't a standard hat.
So we do have the times in for C1. After that, Jamie Hawkins improved to a 92.29. Unfortunately, not quite enough to beat Julian Barber, who posted a 91.19 on the second time run. Didn't quite improve with a 92.19 in the third timed run. John Hawkins in the mini, or three in minis, managed a 1:10.14, which was his best in the time, today, and in the time runs managed 4 runs, all within 55 hundredths. There's consistency for you. In the modified series production cars over 1800cc, we have some improvements. And now I've got to look at a sea of numbers to work out who's won. So, by the looks of things, we had 4 people all within 33 hundredths coming into this round, all on 86s. And we've got 2 85s. Steve Baxter in the 205 has done an 85.35, winning by 3 hundredths from Paul Meadows in the Clio 182 on an 85.38. And then they were the only 2 out of those 4 who improved. Rupert Ryle managed an 87.4 that time, but his 86.22 from the last time run will be enough to get the third in that class. Stuart Rothwell managed an 87.33, which means his first time run was his fastest, and he'll take 4th position. James Hunt managed the best of today for him in his BMW E30 with an 88.57, and that puts him 5th in class. And Dave Mockford went 13 hundredths slower than his best today with a 91.08. In the modified specialist production cars, an 86.84 was a significant improvement for Andrew Webber in the Lotus Europa. It wasn't enough to beat John Bradshaw in the Westfield, which is a 79.84 improvement. And we are halfway through Sports Libra at the moment. And Harrod Williams has improved to an 81.57, but that's still more than 2 seconds slower than practice, which is interesting. Past our window there was Alan Dyke. He did a 97.2 last time out. Let's see if he can shave a bit more off. Paul Davis has improved from a 79.61 to a 79.02. Now, that could be quite important for Luke Trotman, because that takes him from behind Luke Trotman to in front of Luke Trotman. But he gets a rerun after being red flagged. Hugh Williams in the Radical has done an 83.49, which is better than straight after lunch, but not as good as just before lunch, where he was probably desperate to get lunch. Maybe.
So Anne Harrod this morning, she had a spin on her first timed run, didn't she?
First time,
I think.
yeah.
So perhaps that sort of caused her to be a bit more cautious around the glue pot.
Could well be easy to lose a couple of seconds there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a corner that
Carrying-
rewards bravery, doesn't it?
Yeah, carrying speed through that chicane, bouncing off those curbs.
Yeah, especially in a sports racer, not easy. And here we have Terry Brown driving that very same marathon. So Terry is currently leading on a 70.25. But it's been an up and down day because that was before lunch. So a 79 followed by a 75 followed by a 77. What would this be?
Sounds lovely.
It does sound amazing, doesn't it? Kawasaki, yeah.
Interesting line through that.
Yeah, it depends. They were either Kawasaki or Hayabusa factory. And we have photos of which is substantial.
Okay.
We've done a bit of wheel damage, and the tyre has split straight down the middle. Oh, and his wheel is in need of replacement.
Oh.
So I think that looks like the cause then. A little bit too much enthusiasm on one of the curbs, a cracked wheel, and that's that. That's unfortunate.
Those are brand new tyres.
Yeah, but
Pretty
when they
much.
haven't got when they're running at 0 psi, they're anyone's, aren't they? Okay, so we have some more times for Sports Libra. Terry Brown did not improve over his 75 from this morning, 77.43. He remains in the lead, but Luke Trotman is yet to run. Alan Dyke has improved, and he's taken a couple of seconds off to come down to a 95.37, so I'm sure I'll be happy with that. Martin Ferris in the Renault 5 has won the over 80 class, beating everyone else in the class, including yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that. He's the only one in the class. He did not improve. 95.11. Someone else who's in a class there, Mike Main in the Mini Cooper. Best today so far of a 107.36. We'll see where that ends up later. And Luke Trotman has improved. 78.81 then. So that's good enough for second place.
So who takes?
So it's Terry Brown who took the win in the Radical, followed by Luke Trotman in the Mallet, and Paul Davis in the Radical Club Sport. There we go. into the Paul Matty Lotus Championship now, aren't we?
Yeah,
Exceed
there seems to
live
be a lot of
last
low
time.
tie on the course.
So that is a big class, so you'll have to give me a so the current leader is Charles Haymar in a Lotus Elise on a 90.9. Second place is Chris Darrell in I think that's the green Lotus Exige there, that we can see on screen in a 92.35. It's going quickly, so that must be speed on screen. And third at the moment is John Dobson in the Elan +2 on a 92.54. Unless I've missed the numbers, because there's lots of them. We have some more times coming through. Maybe do. times. Mike Main, he finished in a 105.56, which was and he wins the rally car class in his Mini Cooper. Then on to the Paul Matty Lotus Championship. They've just finished and we have most of the times through already. So the winner, I think, in that class is going to be Charles Haymar in the Lotus Elise in a 90.9. He did not improve with a 92.78. Second in class is, I think, going to be Chris Downton, who didn't improve on his 92.35. He finished in a 93.49. And I'm not going to try and work out the rest because there's too many. Steve Millward in his Elan S3 finished in a 99.51. That was not an improvement on his earlier 97.18. Chris Westwood in the Elise 111R finished in a 106.38, which is his best of the day, and he's been steadily improving all day. John Dobson in the Elan Plus 2 finished in a 91.74. So clearly the class wrong, because he's second by lots of things. Number 91, Kevin Bryant, squealed last. Triumph TR3A. So John Dobson 91.74 in the Elan Plus 2, second in class by the looks of things. John Palmer in the Elise 111R has made a really good improvement to a 95.91, again steadily improving all day. Keith Wilford in the Elan Sprint at 97.39, again steadily improving all day. Phil Carver in the Elise at 95.14, again improving all day. And we are waiting on times from Jane Millward and Philippa Dowell. And the next thing we have, let's go from soon to next, shall we? British Sprint Championship. I can see the reigning champion over my shoulder in the Mugabe EcoBoost, Pete Goulding. And this will be the second top 12 runoff of the day. So earlier today, Chris Jones won the runoff, followed by Pete Goulding and Steve Miles. Let's see what the top three looks like after this one. Sounds like Tony Bonfield off the line. Of course, we're going to run the double drives from the racing cars before we run the runoff. So there is Tony and Gary Buckingham to run first. Tony managed an 80 earlier, and Gary is currently leading the class on a 72.42. There he is, coming into the complex. Picking up a lot of pace over time. A lot quicker. Wow, look at the sparks flying out. on track.
He's already on track.
Yep, he is indeed.
Okay.
Reigning champion, what can he do here? Using all the road there. This car pushing out over 300 horsepower, weighing around about 450 kilos. It goes all right. These cars originally had no wings. Cars, but soon sprouted them. And of course the wings have grown massively since they became part of the British Championship. Using a 6-speed sequential gearbox, just like Steve Miles here, 2020 champion. He's running a paddle shift gearbox in this car, traction control and launch control, SBD management. It's a 2-litre normally aspirated engine, producing just over 300 horsepower. Not quite as far over 300 as Pete, but I think maybe 420 kilos versus 450-ish. So Pete's time is through. It's a 68.61. That's the fastest he's been today.
Oh,
And had he set that time earlier today, that would have been on track record. So Pete is under the track record.
there bonus points for setting a track record? I know British Hillclimb Championship, they have a bonus point, don't they?
I think there might be.
There is a bit.
So now I don't know when the British Championship last came here, so I don't know.
Earlier this year.
Sorry?
Was they not around here earlier this year?
Nope.
Is that?
No, they haven't been for a long time, so I don't know. Is there even a record? I'm not sure. Someone's going slowly down the back straight. That does not look like they're flat out. That's cruising. Okay. You may have a red flag here. If that car doesn't clear in time for that coming down the back straight. I mean that was pushing on. I mean, you can absolutely see how Chris Jones has set the new course record here today. He's absolutely on it. Little bike engine. It's a much lighter car.
Taking no prisoners over those curves.
Yeah. So this car closer to 300 kilos than 400. That's a nice car.
Might that be your old car? Expect to be treated more carefully than when it was in your ownership.
Well, yeah, there is that. The big question, of course, here is not who's going to win the runoff, but is Graham going to set the best time for that car around here?
I mean, that's the question only you are asking.
It is the question only I am asking. And do you know what? No one's answering.
Look road to go to.
We'll find out. I mean, he's done
I can't remember what
84.56.
I can't remember what time you've done round here.
Hold on, let me just flex a minute. It's the class record, so I wrote it down. Except I didn't. No, I don't know. I think it's a 73 or 72, somewhere around there. Just caught the curve there, lots of sideways. That was Steve Brown in the Empire Evo 2. His best today is a 76.19, and he will find out at some point whether he's beaten that. Still waiting for more times after peak holdings for the runoff. We don't know where we stand at the moment, but what we do know is what happened in the TR register. That's absolutely pushing on there for Lloyd Bettinson. There wasn't anything left on the table there, was there?
No, not at all. It's coming past our window now. Look at that.
Did he make that?
It stopped.
Did it stop? Did it stop?
Yes.
Yes, it stopped.
Slight delay on our complex camera there, but all adds to our attention.
Got to be a good 10 metres of cable between there and there.
Well, you can just look out the other window, really.
Nice.
Oh, that looks lovely, doesn't it?
Nice little four-wheel drift there, wasn't it? And then
We bring that
we've
into the
got
paddock.
here, this looks like Michael Froggatt. Is it coming down to the chicane?
Oh.
Yes, it is. Sorry, no, it's Gary Buckingham. Earlier was Michael Froggatt. They switched orders. Michael Froggatt did not improve though on that last run, so he's going to be in second or third, depending on what the other two do. Now, can we get the runoff results? Find out who's won. Ah, here we go. We have some results, which are puzzling in some ways. No, sorry. Okay, so we have a new top 12 runoff isn't next. We finished that. Sorry about that. We have a new track record.
Another one.
Another new track record.
Wow.
So this time it is a 67.35. And you've guessed it, it's Chris Jones.
It's Chris Jones.
Chris Jones in the Force TA, 67.35. Pete Goulding is second in a 68.61. Steve Miles a little slower this time in a 70.29. Now, we don't have times yet for Anthony Brown or Lloyd Bettinson. We saw Lloyd was driving really well, and he's been getting quicker every run. He's had one less run than anyone else today. So, due to car troubles earlier, where he's going to slot in, but it wouldn't surprise me if he's heading towards where Steve Miles is. We'll find out about that in a bit. Let's go back to the Triumph Speed Championship, which I was about to announce.
Okay.
But I didn't.
Do tell.
Sean Ross, Dolomite Sprint, did not improve, 97.71. Steve Small did improve on his last time, but not his best. 88.79. His best is an 88.48. Kevin Bryant in the TR3A, a 106.20, which is his best of the day. Len Olds a significant improvement, 86, 83, and with that improvement, takes the class win. Neil Revington, a 105.69, which is 100th slower than his best time of the day, which was practice.
Ah.
We've all had days like that. You're always puzzled at the end of them, aren't you? You're like, oh, why was I so fast in practice?
Oh, I'm never fastest in practice. It takes me a while to warm up. We've got, talking of warming up, we've got a marshal doing a good, doing some shuttle runs by the chicane.
Oh,
He's
had enough, he's going home.
He's picked up
His
some
car's up
debris,
there.
and then he dropped it as he was running back, and now he's had to go back for it. So,
Big question is, can you identify the marshal?
I don't know.
I mean, running at that pace, he's definitely young and fit.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
do you want to know how Lloyd Bettinson got
I do
on?
want to know how Lloyd Bettinson got on.
Well, good news. I know how Lloyd
Well.
Bettinson got on.
The times are in.
73.04. It's an improvement, and that's going to put him fourth.
Ooh, just
Which is
outside the points.
fantastic.
Worst place to be, isn't it?
That's not outside the points there. It's top 12 runoff.
Top 12 runoff, yeah.
Points for that. So,
Just-
yeah, just off the podium.
Just off
but
the podium.
There's no podium, so it's all good. Anthony Brown improved.
So how many
again.
points for first, second, third? How do the points work?
Really, you're going to ask me that
I'm
now?
asking
so
you
I-
that, yes.
Oh, I'm going to have to Google it.
I mean, I don't know.
I know I should know this before trying to commentate on a British Sprint Championship round. But British Sprint Championship into Google and find out how the scores work.
Yep.
But I think it's a number of points for winning, and it decrements by 1 with a bonus point for some other stuff.
I mean, that would be sensible.
However, not 100%. What I can tell you is whether it's all been updated. Right. The has not been updated on the championship website yet.
Some points are awarded.
Yeah, so people get points. Points mean prizes, and the prizes are awarded after the event. Anyway, let's move on. Where are we at? We don't have a time yet for Derek Kessel. Did we see him on the final run? I can't remember. But we do have some Paul Matty times coming in. Paul Matty has not recorded a time 2 run, we never did see that time. But in time 3 has done a 92.42. Which is the best he's done today. Sarah Thorne gone slightly slower, but we do at least have a time 2 run time.
Right.
Last time which was an 88.58.
Is this Ben on track now? Ben Bonfield?
Yep, this is
Looks
Ben
like him.
Bonfield. So Ben's done a 72.5 so far today. I'm sure he'll want 71. He'd probably like to go quicker still, but
Where was he? He
nice.
was second, I think, from memory, was he? Second in class?
No, he's leading the class. It's just yeah. So he's on the class record is a 70.03. Pushing it today, but there is a 72.5 to beat. But what's important here is that Gary Buckingham has done a 71.11. And whilst he's in a different class, He is in the same hunt for FTD. There is
so
the
Ben's
fastest.
second.
Yeah, so Ben currently, in fact, 72.5. Yes, he is just about second overall. But Simon Ashley is due out in a moment, and he's on a 72.82, so it's only 32 hundredths behind. So there's a lot of opportunity there. And you can tell it's the end of the
To the end of the day, people are gathering around the trophies.
There's awards on the table, and people are coming here to see what they've got.
Bottles of wine
Yeah.
for the marshals.
For us? What do you reckon?
Right, well,
That's
that's nicely. I did get one last time, but
Yeah,
get free lunch this time.
Yeah, you got free lunch. Thanks for sharing. That's right. The chips were good. I can strongly recommend visiting here in person and having the chips. But there's racing on or not. Just have the chips. Do you want the answer to whether Ben Bonfield beat Gary Buckingham?
I live for that answer.
Do you? I can tell you. If it means certain death. I'm not sure we can do that on air.
No.
72.35. It's his fastest of the day, but it's not enough to beat Gary Buckingham.
Right. So wins the class, but not FTD.
Wins the battle, doesn't win the war. However, are we looking at Simon Ashley? Those sparks flying tell me we might be looking at
Do you
Simon
think?
Ashley. Yeah.
I'll tell you as he comes. 110.
It is Simon Ashley.
Ashley.
He's no longer in an MG. He's in the 8, so he's moved from A1, the up to 1400cc class, to RT3, 2-litre, single seater. It's got to be about 3 inches thinner on the floor. There's been a lot of that. But the big question is, can he find 200ths to beat Michael Froggett? And the even bigger question, can he find the best part of 2 seconds to beat Gary Buckingham? And we'd like to know the answer before this room is completely and utterly filled with people. Refresh.
That is the last car.
That's it then.
On the radio, Mary's walked in, looking very happy.
It might be success. We don't know. We're waiting for Simon Ashley's time and loads of other times, and we have no idea who's got FTD yet. It might be Simon Ashley. It could be Gary Buckingham.
It's not Becca.
Building the tension. No, Becca did a bit too much gardening on his last
He
time.
did go gardening.
Yeah, it was good gardening though. I mean, very even cutting of the grass, I thought.
Yeah.
And the mud. Yeah.
Not quite as spectacular as Phil Oliver. Phil shredded the tyre somehow, or the tyre let go on him. And then he continued to, well,
Drift it.
drift.
He's just practicing for ice racing in
Yeah.
the winter. That'd be what it is. Oh, lovely.
My ears.
Yeah. So, we have no idea who has won yet. Refresh. Oh, don't get excited. Don't get excited. No. Oh, actually, do get excited. Oh, I know the answer. Who is ready for the answer of who's got FTD? Because I can tell you now
Number one.
that Simon Ashley has improved massively.
Actually, number 12.
He's done a 71.36. He misses out by 1/4 second. There we go.
The number.
So
Gary
FTD,
Buckingham,
Gary Buckingham.
Whichever one that one is.
And that car is
the
for
orange
sale.
one. The car is for sale. Good news.
There we go. You
Can
heard
we
it here on the
have
strings
specs,
first.
Mary, or a guide price? Is it for auction now that it's a FTD winning car?
I don't have that information, I'm afraid, but
And
it is owned by Team Berry.
Were you a live stream from Phil's Cup?
Yeah, you're commentating.
So I saw the aerials on. I thought it must be.
Chaos.
Well, like I say, if you see something about it, you're more than welcome to tell everybody don't fucking bother. Yeah. Oh, I want. Who's asking that? Mine. I find your brother up there. What a laugh, you guys. It's brilliant fun. Sat there.
So the big question is then, well, I suppose we should go through some of the times that we haven't talked about yet. So the Paul Matty Lotus Championship, the race cars, barely even talked about them. The Type 35 of Paul Matty went quicker. We did talk about him, we got distracted halfway through. Malcolm Thorne we didn't see again after lunch. I don't know what he had for lunch, but I hope it's good enough to last him all day. David Hampton in the Formula 2 Atlantic 69. He did an 80.79 on his final run, so that was a significant improvement. Best part 3 seconds. Stephen Palmer, also in a 69, did an 83, which was an improvement, but didn't quite get him down the road to David Hampton. Anthony Wallen didn't go quicker, did win the class. 78, 88.
But a 77 took the
77, 84. Yeah, reasonably consistent during the day as well, considering the weather changes we've had today. 1 second across all 3 runs. Ben Bomfield we talked about, he's won his class, beat Dad Tony. Didn't quite get FTD. Firth Cross is on an 85.96 this time round, so his second time run of 83.74 was his best. Neil Gould in the OMS PR did a 77.98 on the final run, so really good improvements from a fair in practice. Neil Gould knocking off 2 seconds every time, really.
Any relation to Sean Gould?
I doubt it. I think it's just luck or judgment. I don't know.
You wouldn't expect him to be running an OMS.
I'd be disappointed if a member of the Gould family turned up in an OMS instead of a factory Gould. Yeah. So that's that. Do we hang around for awards? We have a room full of marshals who are stealing wine and chocolate. I say stealing, they're being gifted wine and chocolate. Come marshalling, get wine and chocolate. Strongly recommended.
We could, well,
let's have some indecision. Let's do indecision live on
Live on the
Is
stream.
anyone still listening?
we've got to wait half an hour for the awards to be finalised, haven't we?
So that's our decision. We're going to film the awards, and you can watch them, like and subscribe, and you'll see them later on.
Yeah, so we could, well, yeah, we can post the awards later. There's now a half an hour wait until the awards have been finalised. So as you can probably hear, there's an awful lot of packing up going on here in Marshall's chatter. So we're going to sign off now. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, and keep an eye out for some highlights in the coming few days.
Yeah. So Castle Coombe.
And then Castle Coombe's our next.
Yeah, in October, I think, unless I'm missing something. We've got a bit of a break. We're going to go on holiday.
No, we'll still be putting out some content, so keep an eye on the channel, like and subscribe.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
See you soon.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport videos. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.